As soon as we have a green light, we'll start. There we go. Galen, ready? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 22nd, 2014 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett. Here. Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here.
Here. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Member.
And I'm here too.
Thank you,
All
Mayor
right.
Hovland.
We've got a form of agenda in front of us. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
We got a motion and a second to adopt the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, we have the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item? Or Manager Neal, you have your pencil in your, any items you want to remove from the consent agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to remove item C, the commodities bid. There is a change in the award of one of those commodities resulting from a math adjustment, and we want to explain that to you a little bit more detail.
All right. I'm going to pull E. Anyone else? Member Bennett?
Yes, thank you. Items 4F, 4I, and 4L, please.
All right. Those items having been withdrawn from the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda with the exception of 4C, E, F, I, and L?
I will approve A, B, D, G, H, J, K, M, N, O, P, and Q.
Second. All right. Got a motion and a second on the designated consent agenda items by Member Swenson. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And Manager Neal.
Your Honor, if I could we proceed with one of the other items while I'm putting together some information?
I can go to
E.
E. That's the Pamela Park bid authorization. Director Catry, I want to figure out a way to approve this evening, but I don't, at least this is for me personally, I don't want to approve the architecture for the building. I'm not satisfied with the way the building looks.
Okay.
So I don't know if my fellow council members feel the same way. Maybe we can defer on that and have a discussion on it. It's we got a lot of folks here tonight that we want to get to as soon as possible. So how do we want to handle that bid authorization? Sort of reserving a spot in the budget for the park, for that park building, but not approving this specific park building.
Do you support the general square feet of it and the concept of that?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Then, having said that, Mayor Hovland, I believe, I'm not sure how extensively you're looking to have the building changed, but I feel like we have a fair amount in the budget that we could make some changes to the architecture and still be able to authorize bids.
Member Bennett?
I don't know if my concerns are matched with the mayor's concerns, but I have concerns about the canopy. I know that that's an ad, a contract ad, and does I know that the one at Countryside Park was very well placed. It was adjacent to a playground. In this instance, it's by the side of a softball field that already has its own viewing places. It's not connected to the building itself. There's no entrance to the building. And so for the amount of money spec'd, I have some concern about that. I'm also concerned about a fireplace, the hazard that would pose. It's open on four sides. So I'm also concerned about whether we create an issue with wood burning or was it intended to be gas. But in a place where there are a lot of families at certain times of the year and a lot of children who may have close supervision, but it might not be right on them. I'm concerned about that as a safety issue. I know that that's also an ad. And then finally, I'm concerned about the adequacy of the bathrooms, which I think was also raised about the park board. And I know that there was a park board member who commented from the perspective of a youth athletics user, but I also wondered how that adequacy was measured in terms of the general public use, for instance, during skating season. I think I saw about one stall per bathroom, and again, don't know how, and I know that from the description, from the narrative, that you're contemplating wider community use, some rentals, for instance, and just again wonder about the adequacy when groups that use porta pots may not be the best measurers of what's needed when that building's being used for other purposes.
Certainly.
So we're asking you for some guidance here. I mean, all of this would be encompassed within the design question that I asked, both interior and exterior. Square footage I'm generally satisfied with, but now as we're having this conversation, I'm wondering if we should just pull that building from the budget for now and then have this discussion and address it again in 2 weeks or a month from now. How does that work from your standpoint for planning purposes?
You know, I actually have Paul Callias, our construction manager here, and I might defer to him if he could just react to how it would impact the bids that are planned for this project.
All right. Mr. Kalaya, welcome. Would you
Good
please
evening.
identify yourself and give us your business address?
Certainly. Paul Clias, RJM Construction, 701 Washington Avenue North, Minneapolis. Overhearing the conversation with regards to maybe putting the building off to the side for the overall project, I think that can be done. The area where the building is located does have some land development associated with it. When the new building is constructed, we have to rework the areas around the building plus a parking area and enlarge that parking lot that is adjacent to the existing building. So I do think there is opportunity to do that. The question I think that you had, Mayor, was in regards to maybe a schedule. In order to get the playing fields completed prior to a fall season, we would want to keep that moving forward. At this time, the building could be constructed, construction could start later yet this year, or again deferred to a following till next spring if that were the case. But I think if we're going to make any headway on the fields, we'd want to keep that piece moving forward.
Sure.
Your Honor.
That's helpful. Member Swenson?
You know, I would propose that we actually include the square footage of the building. I don't have as many reservations as anyone else. I'm happy with the square footage. I'm happy with the answer on the bathrooms. There's 2 women's stalls, there's 1 men's stall and a urinal. But I would say that because you would like some more detail and a little bit better design on the building, that my question would be, what kind of cost change does that entail, and do we put a limit on what that is in the motion if that we were to go ahead?
Or could we do it, could we just order a change order to the design and style and the architecture without, in keeping the budget the same?
That was another thing I was just thinking of. You've got $600,000 in here allocated, I think, for the building, plus some potential add-ons depending upon how the overall budget goes. If we want to do a placeholder for a building, that's all right with me, and then we come back and address the sufficiency of it from a design standpoint, both internally and externally. And then if it ends up costing a little bit more, we can address that issue as well, or stick with what we've got. Okay?
I would be more comfortable keeping it, and I would make a motion on this particular 4E request to authorize it.
All right, so you would authorize the advertisement of bids for the Pamela Park renovation project. That's the action request. All right. Is there a
Second.
I'll second that.
We got a motion and a second with the understanding, well, I think it's well understood what we want to accomplish here. So,
Well, and I think you maybe, since you have more of an interest in what the exterior looks like, and it sounds like more of a detailed situation than anything that maybe you and Ann or an architect need to just sit down and have a discussion about what it is you'd like to see. I know part of it is color.
well, it goes to design, it goes to internal floor plan, it goes to the issues that Member Bennett raised. There's just a lot of elements of it that I want to have further discussion on, but in terms of releasing the overall project for bid, I think that's all right, with the understanding that we're not, well, we wouldn't really be bidding out the building, would we? No. So,
we would just have a placeholder for it.
Yeah.
You'd be awarding it to this contractor, the low bid.
Yeah, we would be awarding it to this
and you'd be
contractor, but we
change ordering
wouldn't.
it, essentially.
Yeah.
This isn't an award of bid, it's authorizing the advertisement of the bids.
Mayor,
Member Sprague?
before we move forward on this, can I hear from staff just about some of the rationale that went into the building design?
Member Sprague, the building design is very similar to the building that we recently completed at Countryside. It's actually the same architect, and it's the same architect that we've used for all of our new shelter buildings. We did have a neighborhood group and the park board that weighed in on the design. As Paul mentioned, we are very tightly constrained on that site because of the well. We have to stay within or outside of 50 feet from the wellhead. And then on the other side, we have batting cages that have a significant foundation. So we were really pretty tight. And then obviously we've got the skating rink on the one side, and we've got the softball diamond on the other side. So we felt like we only had really one orientation in which to put the building. We had to keep the restrooms and any drains 50 feet away from the well. The neighborhood requested the overhang, and they requested the fireplace. So we thought we would put them as add alternates. Unfortunately, as Member Bennett mentioned, we don't have a great place other than as an overlook to a baseball field to put the overhang. And we did talk about the potential of adding a door to that location, but then it takes away some of the usable space just inside the door if we were to put a door on the overhang side. We did, after the park board expressed concern about the adequacy of the number in restrooms, we did reach out to all of the athletic associations that utilize that park, and they all expressed that they felt that the number of stalls in the shelter building were adequate for their use. Now, having said that, they did state that they would prefer to have another restroom facility built closer to the new artificial turf field. They feel that the shelter building is too far away from that field. So for an athletic field use down on the southern side of the park, they didn't feel that they would use the shelter building restrooms. So they would prefer either a new restroom facility located on the south end of the park, or they would prefer porta potties if that's their only option. So they did feel that the number of restrooms in the building were adequate. As far as the fireplace itself, and Paul, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it would be a fireplace, if we decided to go with it, that would be cool to the touch. The fireplace also that is drawn in is not exactly what it would look like. We haven't selected any materials yet or colors for inside for the fireplace or anything like that. So essentially they're placeholders at this point.
Member Sprague?
So the fireplace, you're going to have protective screening like the new gas fireplaces that have the black mat in front to...
It's similar to that. There is a couple of manufacturers out that the glass that surrounds the fireplace is cool to the touch. So you still have the heat element inside, but the glass, there's circulation through that keeps that cool to the touch. So if a person were to go up, touch it, they would not be burned.
And Three Rivers Park has some buildings that have this. There's in Maple Grove, the skiing facility, they have a similar, and there are kids running around, so I think it's proven to be safe at this point. So for the bathroom, number of bathrooms, the treatment of Pamela Park is on par with what we would have at other facilities around the city, correct?
Yes, Member Sprague, it is.
Okay.
And Member Sprague, we also have a similar situation with the overhang at Pamela at Countryside, that we don't have an exit right there. But in that case, it is overlooking a playground.
So, but as I interpret this, we're moving towards a more branded look for consistency of those park shelters.
Yes, Member
As
Sprague.
well as some functionality for the overhang for those.
Correct.
Okay.
And consistency for the neighbors, correct.
Since this is an authorization for the advertisement of bids for the Pamela Park renovation project, I'm wondering, Member Swenson, if you would accept a friendly amendment that would exclude from that authorization the advertisement of bids for the park shelter building. And we can do that separately. That might be the cleanest way to deal with this.
But if we're going ahead for bonding, don't we want to authorize this expense in some
Yeah,
form?
I think the placeholder idea is a good one.
Superior idea.
Yeah.
All right, I'll withdraw that
But
suggestion.
I like the idea, but I just think for bonding, it's cleaner if we keep it in.
All right. Other questions? We got a motion and a second to authorize the advertisement of bids for the Pamela Park renovation project. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. Back to Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
4C.
I'll try to make this quick. In your council packet, there is the commodity bids for this year where we bid out the purchase of large commodities, and we do it by unit prices. Items 10, 11, and 12 are three different types of water treatment chemicals that we purchased. We had two bidders. In your packet, we were recommending the three bids be awarded to DPC. After clarifying the math and about quantities and delivery, staff are now recommending those three products be awarded to Hawkins, the other bidder. This is items HFC, acid, liquid chlorine, and polyphosphate. These are three water treatment.
So based on the lowest bid per the same
So
quantity.
we are awarding them to the lowest responsible bidder. That's what we're recommending.
Questions? Somebody want to move that matter?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to move 4C with the changes discussed by the city manager. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next matter pulled from the consent agenda is 4F, the issue of waiving building permit fees for the Braemar Arena, Sports Dome Outdoor Rink, and Pamela Park projects. Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. The reason that I asked this to be pulled is I believe that the first time we ever considered this kind of waiver was in connection with the Hornet's Nest. And at that time, I asked about policy on this, because if our overall policy regarding enterprises is that it allows us not to necessarily require that they be completely self-supporting, but that the costs associated with them be able to be clearly identified and transparent to the public. This seems to be a departure from that. I understand that given the record year we are having with building permit fees, it won't have a detrimental impact on the permit revenue budget. However, I know that by state law, we are constrained to charge fees that relate to the amount of service that's rendered, and so if in this instance we're waiving the fees, then I wonder what other part of the budget or what body of people, taxpayers, are picking up that cost, because again, it would seem to have a cost. It's just a question of how transparently that cost is related to what is benefiting or being done with that cost.
Manager Neal.
The city has waived building permit fees on I would say most public projects. What changed in policy a few years ago was that instead of the city manager unilaterally waiving them, which was fairly untransparent or not transparent, we brought them to the council and had a transparent council action to waive the fees. So that's what we did with the Hornet's Nest. We've done it before with this council as well, and that's what the proposal is tonight.
That's the first time I think I've ever heard that complete explanation. I've never heard the explanation that they, in fact, were being waived in the past.
Most times.
And
yeah.
I was present for the vote on the fire station. There are obviously a lot of other projects that have preceded my time.
All right. Does somebody care to move that matter?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to waive the city building and development permit fees so that the city will not be paying those fees. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Nay. All right. Record that vote, please. And now, 4I, Traffic Safety Committee reports, February 5th. Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. In this instance, I had questions on several items. I understand that we've had an updated report, that it was a wrong report placed, so one of my questions may be moot. The first item that I had a question on was B1 in the old report. I understand at this time the denial that was recommended is instead holding for further discussion and consideration. Is that correct?
Mr. Milner, I think, can you respond to that?
Can you repeat which item? And
Yes, the first item that I am raising a concern about is Section B in the report of February 5, 2014, requests on which the committee recommends denial, request for a crosswalk at the intersection of Sunnyside Road and Grimes Avenue.
Correct. That's been deferred to further study, further analysis of vehicles and pedestrians in that area for the spring of 2014.
Okay, may I request that when that comes back to us, it include the volumes and speed data for those intersecting streets and also street widths, some ability to quantify the distances that are being represented by that intersection. It would also be helpful to have the location of the nearest controlled intersection, the nearest stop signs. I don't think they're depicted on the photographs that are within this report. On B2, just one question. Paragraph 2 states that there were 2 recorded auto crashes at the intersection, Linmar Lane and Hazelton Road, but it doesn't say when those crashes, within what time period they occurred.
We can look in that and get that information for you.
Okay,
back
could
next
I
time.
please ask then that the action, that's also recommended for denial. It would be helpful to have that information before we're casting a vote on it. I think it's relevant. B3, additional signage directing people to Ohms Lane at Metro Boulevard and 72nd Street. I was able to take a brief field trip to that intersection this afternoon, and what I observed indicates that I think it is a building signage question rather than a public signage issue. However, because there was no staff explanation, just a recommendation of denial, I wanted that to be part of the record. I observed that on 72nd Street, which is closest to the requester's office, the building owner's sign does not indicate the numbers or addresses of the different tenant offices. However, the sign on Ohms Lane does indicate that it includes those properties. So someone entering from Ohms Lane would know that they had the right location, but not someone entering from 72nd Street. Would there be a communication that could be sent from the engineering department to the building owner?
We could do that, or planning if it's a building sign. If it's a sign on the building itself, that would go through planning. So we can take care of that between the two departments.
Okay, great. And one additional thing with the Sunnyside and Grimes intersection, it's my understanding that the local guidance for the installation of local traffic control signs and marked crosswalks are not dictated by the MUTCD, and we would want to make sure that we've re-examined those and revised them to be consistent with the city's transportation goals.
Yep, we can do that too, Councilmember Bennett.
Great. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, this matter has been reviewed and approved by the Traffic Safety Committee, reviewed and approved by the Edina Transportation Commission. Is there a motion on this matter?
I'll move it with the removal of B2 for pending staff information on when those recorded crashes
Despite
took
the
place.
fact that it's been through both the ETC and the Traffic Safety Review Committee?
Well, I'm not comfortable necessarily voting on something where there might have been 2 crashes in the last year or 2 years. And also, this is part of the revised report, which was on our dais this evening, and we got down at the time that the meeting was started, so I haven't had
All
a
right,
chance to look at that.
we got a motion to,
Second. Remember Bennett.
all right, is there a discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Nay. Carried. All right, the last matter, Member Bennett, L.
Yes. Thank you. I understand that with this, there will be a disturbance of public land, and I had 2 quick questions that I sent this afternoon to Manager Neal. They were, how much is the city going to be paid for the disturbance of its land, and then also some explanation of the restoring of the land, because I understand that we're requiring only that sand be brought in, but not that plantings, shrubs, and trees that are removed be restored.
And my question that I sent him was as to the use of the promenade, both walking and biking trail, and would they be closed at all? So I think he's prepared for all of that.
Right, so
Andrew Neal.
I've had a chance to speak with Mr. Milner, and he's going to answer some of your questions. I think one of the issues I think to distinguish is that the land in question, that city land, is city land because it was given to us as part of this project, and part of the discussion at that time when it was given to the city for Promenade is that they would have the ability to have access to it for the construction of their project. So Mr. Miller can fill in some of the details beyond that.
Yeah, your first question of how much will we be paid? Again, we won't be getting paid anything, but they will be doing the preliminary grading for our Promenade Phase 4 project. So we won't have to do that work as our project. So there'll be a project-related savings because of that. The restoration, because of our Promenade Phase 4 project, we don't want it to go back into a nice, pretty state because we'd have to rip it out again when we start installing the infiltration systems and also the new walkways. And the last question about the closure of the trails, they'll leave that trail open on the eastern trail, put construction fence up so it's still safe for pedestrians to go up and down the promenade on that one trail. It'll be mixed use.
So the bike trail's on the east side, so we will maybe have a sign that asks bikers to walk or slow their bikes down because it's a joint path for a while?
It'll be a multi-use path and there'll
And
be
how
proper
long will it be a
signage.
multi-use path? Do
Till
you
we
anticipate?
Till we finish the Promenade Phase 4 project next year.
So 2 years?
Probably July, early August of next year, because we're going out for bids in the spring. They'll need this easement until November, so over the winter, we can't do any construction. We'll start up in the spring, bid it this winter, and it's about,
But it'll close this summer, correct?
it'll close this summer. Yep,
So
it'll
2
close.
summers maybe of walking.
It'll close midsummer.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that was a stretch of the promenade that when the other phases were put in, we anticipated future development there. And they are asphalt, not pavers. And
Right.
so
Correct.
they're in basically what we consider to be a temporary condition. So the removal of that asphalt to get or the breaking up of that asphalt was anticipated years ago.
Correct.
There's going to be a great deal of construction in that area between Hazelton and Centennial Lakes, and I think we're concerned about safety, and so we're going to be making sure that's kind of first and foremost in how that project is managed.
All right. Thank you. You want to move that matter, Member Bennett?
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the temporary construction agreement for 71 France Building Unit A. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right, that completes our work on the consent agenda. Thank you, everybody. And now we're moving into special recognitions and presentations. Okay, good. And right off the bat, top of the order here, Chief Nelson, you want to come forward and talk a little bit about our Police Officer of the Year, Mike Lutz.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight we are here to present the 2013 Mike Satari Officer of the Year Award, which is sponsored by the Edina Crime Fund. Each year, the Crime Fund accepts nominations for the award, and after reviewing all of the nominations this year, the board had a unanimous vote naming Detective Mike Lutz as the Officer of the Year. Stand up, Mike. I'm going to chat a little bit more, though. Mike started his career in Edina as a patrol officer in 1973. In 1987, he was promoted to detective, and at that time he had a choice in specializing in crimes against persons or financial crimes. Mike chose crimes against persons because he said he preferred working with people rather than numbers. Over the years, Mike has become a highly respected detective throughout the state of Minnesota. He has become the go-to guy for people in other cities, counties, and state agencies. Mike has also served on the board of directors for the Minnesota Sex Crimes Investigators Association for nearly 10 years. One of the things that sets Mike apart from others is his ability to develop a trusting rapport with his victims, whether it is a young child or an adult. Mike can read people and adapt to effectively communicate, gaining their trust, allowing them to speak openly about the tragic event that had happened to them. Mike can also develop the same type of rapport with the suspects by communicating at their level and showing empathy to achieve a confession and successful prosecution and to provide closure for his victims. I would like to touch on one case that Mike had recently gained closure for his victims on. It was a case that started with a report of one child who was a victim of sexual abuse, and the suspect was an adult acquaintance. Mike's investigation led to the discovery of 3 more victims in Edina. Early on in the investigation, the suspect fled the country and went to France, making it nearly impossible to bring the suspect to justice because our request to extradite the suspect was denied. Mike later learned that the suspect had been arrested in France for a similar charge. The suspect confessed to that charge, which under French law allowed France authorities to prosecute our criminal case without needing our victims to appear in court. Mike diligently partnered with the United States Attorney's Office to traverse the U.S. and French legal systems to transfer evidence to France, where the suspect was ultimately convicted of our crimes and is currently serving a 12-year prison sentence. Mike has served our community for over 40 outstanding years. His dedication, commitment, and professionalism have made him an incredible asset to our department and to this community. Tonight, I am honored to present Detective Mike Lutz with the Officer of the Year Award. This way. Microphone?
I think you have to face this way, Mike.
Okay. Good evening, council members, Mayor Hovland, Mr. Neal. This is overwhelming. I'm not going to be long. I want to thank those people who nominated me for this award. I would like to thank the Crime Fund Board for the selection. There's a lot of people in our department who are willing of such an award. And I'd like to thank all those who turned out tonight to support me. It's a grand celebration, and I'm very pleased with and happy that everybody could make it that did. I just want to say a couple things that I've learned over these past 40 years. Nobody wins this type of award or gets anything done well in this business without teamwork. And having worked this number of years in the city of Edina, I can assure you that each and every person in the police department contributes to bring a product to the people of Edina that's way above and beyond. And our finished product is right most of the time. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I've been here long enough to give a credible opinion. And when people ask me, what is the Edina Police Department, I tell them I like to compare it to a long-term, very successful sports franchise or a long-term, very successful business. People come and go, but the culture of excellence remains the same, and that's what you have here. So I want to thank everybody who's given me support over the years, and all those that I've worked with. Thank you.
Thank you. Take your award.
Laura's vantage point, how he started to squirm when he got his name read. He's a humble guy. He's done a fabulous job for our community for all these years, so thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for coming to help us celebrate Mike Lutz. Oh, yeah, got him right here. Yeah. Thanks.
I didn't know if you
Yeah.
had your file.
Thank you.
Just trying to keep you on task.
Yes, that's good. All right, next we've got some young ladies to celebrate as well. We've got a resolution in front of us this evening, Resolution 2014-40, which deals with the Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club, also known as Team Braemar. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Team Braemar is Minnesota's most decorated and successful junior synchronized skating team, representing the Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club in Edina, Minnesota. And whereas Team Braemar, coached by head coach Taylor Walker and assistant coach Jessica Chafee, will skate their final performances of the season on May 2nd and 3rd at the Braemar City of Lakes Figure Skating Club's 49th annual ice show. I think I got that on my calendar. And whereas Team Braemar is considered one of the world's elite junior-level synchronized skating teams, in 2014, Team Braemar competed as Team USA and took home the silver medal at the Spring Cup competition in Milan, Italy. And whereas Team Braemar won the 2014 Midwestern Sectional Championship, and whereas Team Braemar placed 7th overall in the 2014 U.S. Synchronized Skating Championships in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and whereas Team Braemar is finishing its 8th consecutive season as a Team USA synchronized skating team, and whereas we, the residents of Edina, are proud to be the home of this synchronized skating team, and whereas Team Braemar athletes represent 12 different Minnesota high schools and have demonstrated the dedication, determination, and sportsmanship required to succeed at a high level of athletic competition while maintaining academic excellence, and now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Edina that we do hereby wish and recognize the success of Team Braemar on Tuesday, April 22nd, 2014. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Got a motion and second to adopt the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Well, congratulations. Come on up here. I think we're going to have a photo, but does anyone wish to speak on behalf of the team or say a few words? Mr. Hedberg, or one of the skaters, one of the coaches?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Brian Hedberg. I'm the president of Braemar City Lakes Figure Skating Club. It's certainly my honor to be here tonight as we celebrate this team, Team Braemar, and the accomplishments that they have. What I'd like to do is introduce, as you mentioned earlier, the head coach, which is Taylor Walker. Say hi, Taylor. Assistant coach, Jessica Chafee. We have 2 co-captains. We have Jillian Christie and Sage Kellner. And we also have a general manager, Jane Chafee, who's right over here.
Jane.
I think it would probably be important for them to say a few words because it's really about them tonight. We really appreciate the fact that the City Council made the right decision back on August 5th, which was to ensure that this team has the opportunity to skate and utilize the facilities at the Braemar Arena. It really made a difference. And as you can tell, it was rewarded with a lot of hard work. And there's a lot of passion here, and we appreciate the fact, again, that you're supporting our team and our club. Thank you for having us this evening.
Thanks, Brian.
I'll turn it over to them.
Ladies, we're eager to hear from you about your experiences.
Hello, council members. Team Braemar is truly unlike any other organization. It's not so much a team or a group of people sharing one common goal as it is a family. Team Braemar is a family of hardworking, dedicated girls who strive to be their absolute best. Over the years, this team has done amazing things and accomplished so much. We've been national champions for 4 out of the last 6 years. We have won bronze and pewter at the World Championships. We've won numerous Midwestern sectional championships. We've been selected as a Team USA for the last 8 consecutive years. We have competed for our country at competitions all over the world, including places like Rouen, France, Milan, Italy, Gothenburg, Sweden, and Neuchâtel, Switzerland. Through triumph and glory comes change, though. This past year, Team Braemar lost a lot. We lost several teammates, coaches, and to be honest, most of us lost a lot of hope this past year. But through hard work, dedication, and faith, we were able to pull together a team. And not just any team, but a family. A family of 18 girls who came together as one. We were told countless times that we couldn't do it. But this group of outstanding girls prevailed. We overcame every obstacle you could imagine, from injury to illness, from girls coming and going. But through the obstacles and losses we faced this year came triumph and dignity. Although this year, it's not always gold that we wear around our necks, it's something much better. It's the new Team Braemar legacy, and all 18 of us have worked so diligently this year to create this new legacy. I've never been more proud of a team and their accomplishments than the Team Braemar team of 2013-2014. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can put those wherever you think appropriate, and then I guess we're going to have a photo too. How could we miss this opportunity? Congratulations.
You've grown up. You know you're getting old when one of the coaches for the team that just got up here, your daughter was the babysitter for. So I always say my children make me old. This just happened in one more generation down.
All right, the next proclamation is the National Kids to Parks Day. And I think somebody from the park, yeah, Kristen. I'll read the proclamation. National Kids to Parks Day, Saturday, May 17th, 2014. Set in the Mai. If you're Norwegian, that's a day that matters. Whereas May 17, 2014 is the 4th National Kids to Parks Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust. And whereas National Kids to Parks Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit America's parks. And whereas it is important to introduce a new generation to our nation's parks because of the decline in park attendance over the last decades. And whereas we should encourage children to live a more active lifestyle to combat the issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia. And whereas National Kids to Parks Day is open to all children and adults across the country to encourage a large and diverse group of participants. And whereas National Kids to Parks Day will broaden children's appreciation for nature and the outdoors. Now therefore the Edina City Council does hereby proclaim to participate in National Kids to Parks Day. The City Council of Edina urges residents of Edina to attend the National Kids to Parks Day event at Roslyn Park on Saturday, May 17th from 10 a.m. to noon. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
We got a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation, and Kristen Arsvold from our Park Department is here. Kristen, I can hand this to you, and you can speak about the event.
And Eric.
All right, you can
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're so excited. I just checked the Kids to Parks website, and we are still the only Minnesota city doing National Kids to Parks Day. So we're super excited. We have a great lineup. We invite you to attend. We invite you to tell your neighbors. We left a poster at each of your spots, so you can hang that up somewhere around town where you don't see one. We've partnered with Fairview Southdale, who is going to do some bike safety. They are partnering with Penn Cycle to offer helmets for sale, and they're also doing some healthy snacks. So they're going to teach us how to make trail mix and have that out there at the park. Pedal and Roll, which is Liz Ogren's organization, which is MS Bike Advocacy. She's bringing some of her bikes out for everybody to try. Parkinson's, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me, Mary. Three Rivers Park District is partnering with us, and they're having a sampler. So they're bringing out live chickens, they're bringing out animals, they're bringing out a historic artifact challenge with a cultural heritage interpreter. We're going to have archery, we're going to have slacklining, and Cool Planet, our little local organization, is going to have a Frisbee family fun play shop. And Eric's going to talk about some other things that's happening.
All right, good.
Thanks, Kristen.
Eric, welcome.
Also, we'll be having Centennial Lakes Park is going to be sponsoring a fishing at the pier. In addition, we'll have our new Snag golf equipment out there. Snag is a premier learning system that teaches the basics of golf to a variety of ages. And then we're also having Hoygaard's Sporting Goods. They're kind of come out and they're going to have camping trends and tips. So they have lots of the latest equipment out there, and they'll work with the people out there to let them know what to use for just basic camping, or if they want to, exceed what they've been doing in the past. Also, we'll have a booth on our Living Streets information, and that'll include city bike maps and how we go forward with our Living Streets program.
Good. Kristen, Eric, thank you very much.
Thank you. We hope to see you all there.
All right.
And I know the mayor has the walk that day, so he has to be there.
All right, that's a good.
Thank you.
All right, the next proclamation is for Arbor Day, April 25th, 2014. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. Can't believe that. And I'm just shocked that there's 1 million trees planted in Nebraska. Yeah. It didn't even make a dent. Yeah, all right. No editorializing. And whereas 2014 is the 142nd anniversary of the holiday, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees are our most valuable resource, purifying our air, helping conserve our soil and energy, serving as a recreational setting, providing a habitat for wildlife of all kinds, and enriching our lives in other important ways. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas disease, insects, and pollution have damaged and continue to threaten our trees, creating the need for tree care and tree planting programs and fostering greater public concern for the future of our urban forest. And whereas Edina is proud of the beautiful shade trees which grace our homes and public places. Now therefore I, James B. Hovland, Mayor of Edina, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2014 be Arbor Day, and call upon the spirited and foresighted citizens of Edina to plant trees now for our pleasure and that of future generations. Is there a motion to adopt this proclamation? So moved. Got a motion and a second to adopt the Arbor Day proclamation. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And I'll pass those down to Clerk Mangan. And then the next is the Building Safety Month proclamation, and that is for May 2014. That reads as follows. And we got Chief Schmitz and our new building official, Dave Fisher, coming up. So Dave's going to introduce himself. The Building Safety Month proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the City of Edina continuing efforts to address the critical issues of safety, energy and efficiency, and resilience in the built environment that affects our citizens, both in everyday life and in times of natural disaster, give us confidence that our structures are safe and sound. And whereas our confidence is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, laborers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians, dedicated members of the International Code Council, use a governmental consensus process that brings together local, state, and federal officials with expertise in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes to protect Americans in the buildings where we live, learn, work, play, and worship. And whereas the international codes, the most widely adopted building safety, energy, and fire prevention codes in the nation, are used by most U.S. cities, counties, and states, these modern building codes also include safeguards to protect the public from natural disasters such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, windland fires, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown guardians of public safety, our local code officials, who assure us of safe, efficient, and livable buildings. And whereas building safety, maximizing resilience, minimizing risks, the theme for Building Safety Month 2014, encourages all Americans to raise awareness of the importance of building safety and resilient construction, fire prevention, disaster mitigation, backyard safety, energy efficiency, and new technologies in the construction industry. Building Safety Month 2014 encourages appropriate steps everyone can take to ensure that the places where we live, learn, work, worship, and play are safe and sustainable, and recognize that countless lives have been saved due to the implementation of safety codes by local and state agencies. And whereas each year in observance of Building Safety Month, Americans are asked to consider projects to improve building safety and sustainability at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Edina does hereby proclaim the month of May 2014 as Building Safety Month. Accordingly, it encourages Edina citizens to join with our communities in participation in Building Safety Month activities. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Manager Neal.
Your Honor and members of the council, I want to introduce, you've met Tom Schmitz before. He's our relatively new fire chief, but I want to take just a moment to introduce you to Dave Fisher. When Steve Kirchman retired earlier this year, we went searching for a building official, kind of high and low throughout the state of Minnesota, and we've been very lucky. We were very lucky that we found Dave just sitting around in Maplewood. And if you want to find a town that is a complicated place to be a building official, Edina is that town. You've got so much economic activity going here. You got so many people that want to build things here. They want to get in, they want to get their permits, they want to get out. It's a complicated place, and there's a lot going on, and we were fortunate to find what I think is really the right guy to take that job here. And that's Dave, and I've asked him if he would come tonight and introduce himself to you and tell you a little bit about who he is, where he came from, what his experience is. Mr. Fisher.
Dave, welcome to Edina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, as you said, I'm David Fisher. Tell you a little bit about my background. Didn't really come out of the construction industry. Went to school through North Hennepin Community College for the BIT program, and then I went to school and got a 4-year degree in communications and organizational behavior. I've been building official for probably about 20 years. I worked in the city of Champlin, the city of Brooklyn Park, the city of Brooklyn Center, the city of Maplewood, and now here. I've been doing this a while. I've been professionally involved with a lot of organizations like the Association of Minnesota Building Officials, the 10,000 Lakes chapter of Building Officials, which are both International Code Council chapters in Minnesota. The 10,000 Lakes is a metro area chapter, and we call it AMBO, is the Minnesota state chapter. I'm a past chair of that chapter. I'm also on the board of architects and registered engineers, and it's a huge acronym, so it's like civil engineers, land surveyors, interior designers, and there's a lot of different people on that board. I can't remember all of them, but so I have a big background. I'm really happy to be here, and it's a challenge, which I like a challenge, and that's what I love about what I do. Every day is different, and every building is different as well. And the first week I was here, I was sat in a couple of meetings of high rises and different types of buildings we have going on here, and with different parking ramps attached to them, and multiple things going on. Not that Maplewood didn't have things like that, because we had a big corporate center there, and we had a mall there, and we had a hospital there as well. But there's just more. It's like multiplied here by 3, that from my experience. Plus, the houses are much bigger here, as you probably all know. So, which is kind of fun to see as well.
All right. Well, thanks, Dave. I've got a proclamation for each of you here. Chief Smith, thanks. Any comment, Chief, that you want to make this evening? All right. Dave as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. The next proclamation is Municipal Clerks Week. How about that? May 4th through the 10th, 2014, whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. Did you write this? Just checking. And whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants. Are you sure you didn't write that? And whereas the Office of the Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service for all. And isn't that something that you are known for? That's for sure. Recognized, I think, statewide as the quintessential clerk. Whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of the local government and community. Whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meeting of their state, provincial, county, and international professional associations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Municipal Clerk, now therefore the Edina City Council does hereby recognize the week of May 4th through May 10th, 2014 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal clerk, Deb Mangan, and to all municipal clerks for their vital services that they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the Municipal Clerks Week proclamation, May 4th through the 10th, 2014. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And I will tell all of you in attendance that when I periodically run into the Secretary of State, he has Ms. Mangan at the top of his list of professionals in her field, and she is greatly admired all over the state. Would you pass those down to the clerk, please? Next thing on the agenda is our Deb, did you want to say anything about Clerks Week?
I just want to thank both the administration and the council, mayor and council, for the opportunities to serve and for being so supportive of the educational opportunities that I've been afforded in my tenure here. I really, really greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And Jordan Gilgenbach is going to give his March Speak Up Edina report, which deals with organized garbage collection. Jordan, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Not nearly as fun as some of the other topics tonight. Tonight I'm to present on the March discussion on Speak Up Edina, which was on organized garbage hauling. Again, Speak Up Edina is being used as a civic engagement tool for the city, part of the city council's priorities for this year, civic engagement and communication. So we're hosting a new discussion every month this year, Marches being organized garbage hauling. In the month, we asked whether or not people supported a city contract or a city-held contract for organized garbage hauling, sort of like we do for recycling, what people's concerns are, what they think the benefits are, and what they think about a pricing structure or a payment structure for such a system. During the discussion, it was open February 28th to April 1st. 126 comments were made. About 1,700 total visits by about 1,200 unique visitors were made. Close to 9,000 page views. 40% of the people came to the site more than once, and about 55% of the visitors were from Edina, though the majority of the comments, all I think but one, were from Edina residents. These are some of the kind of a synopsis of what the people said. It was kind of a mixed bag of results again this month for what people thought. A lot of the comments that were made were by people whose current hauler offers organic recycling, and that was one thing that people don't want to lose out on. If such a system were ever adopted, they don't want to lose out on their organics recycling. They want to keep that. So the people who are in favor of this, they're not opposed to it as long as we keep that. They're in favor of one neighborhood or one zone because it reduces traffic, stress on the streets, noise, and pollution. Other cities like Minneapolis and St. Louis Park are already doing it successfully, so why can't we? One commenter cited a League of Women Voters study that showed that cities have more bargaining power than individual residents, so in the long run, residents have the possibility of saving money every month or every quarter on their bills. And one person commented saying that they want fewer people on the roads since ultimately they pay for the roads, they don't want that extra stress on them. And that with the long-term contract, it can freeze those costs over the long term. Those against the change like to have the option. They don't want to turn over their decision-making power to the city. They think that competition brings in the best pricing. Some people would rather pay more or whatever for a local company instead of a national or a larger company. A lot of people were saying that they were with their current hauler for 20, 30, 40, up to 50 years, and that they've enjoyed working with them. They've been great in their service. Some people think that service levels may drop. One of the commenters cited that their niece, I think, lives in St. Louis Park, and they have some poor service, apparently. Also citing inefficiency for single sourcing, such as Comcast and CenturyLink, when it comes to pricing and service again. And then it can force the little guys out who can't compete in a bid process that the larger companies can. Other ideas that they had for consideration, again, if we move to that sort of a thing, they want to keep the organics recycling. What would happen if we move to that with any contracts that residents currently have with haulers? Would those go away? Would those need to be bought out? What would happen with those? Again, they like the choice, but they think that maybe we could instead review the current haulers and add or remove which ones are allowed in the city based on ethics or other sort of things. We could keep our system, but neighbors could choose a single hauler. A couple people said that they do that on their block, where all of them all choose one single hauler, and it's nice to just have that one truck. And if we're truly a green city, it should offer or choose a company that offers the organics recycling. Again, that was a big point that was made on the site last month. And some people might want to see maybe yard waste as part of that program too. So that was kind of the March discussion. This month in April, we're doing beekeeping, which is open until April 30th. A good discussion so far. Feel free to weigh in, check it out. And these are the questions we're asking this month, but that'll be open through the end of the month. And if you have any questions, I will stand for those.
Member Bennett.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gilgenbach, a very thorough report. And I did note that in addition to concerns about services that may be lost if people didn't keep their current contractor, their current service provider, that people were concerned. There were some commenters who were in multi-year contracts, and there was an early termination fee that would be charged.
Yep, I'm assuming that those kind of work a lot like cell phone contracts, where they're based on a number of months, and if you want to cancel it before that, you have to pay that early termination fee. So I think that if something, that their concern was who would pay that fee, if anybody, if we move to a system like this. Thank you. Thank you.
Member Swenson.
As we continue to speak up, Edina, and I know you respond sometimes midway through, I would like you to continue to people to just directly answer the question. Mayor, you stated this really well in the meeting earlier tonight, and not respond to each other, but just respond to the question. It's not a political debate between two people. It's a time to be able to talk how you feel personally about it, but not how you feel personally against something somebody else said.
This isn't the only topic that some of the writers have addressed previous writers and tried to debate what they said, and that's really not the forum for this. And so as a moderator, because you're doing a great job as a moderator and you're very nice, but there's a hammer as well in saying, this is here and it's a forum for you to address the question, not the previous writer. So So I think setting that stage can help to steer the comments as being just individual comments that are static.
Sure.
Thank you, Mary. You did a great job describing what I wanted to say.
Member
Thank
Sprague?
I also noticed that some posters included that PCA study, which is an important factual point to make about prices.
Yep.
So I was glad to see that.
Thank you.
And it was, Member Bennett, go ahead.
Just as we continue to look at this topic, if we do, and I'm sure that we will be in one way, shape, or form looking at it going forward, it would be very good to know what has happened in those cities, because it's my understanding that there's some vertical organization going on, and some of the haulers that are getting contracts are, well, mostly they're larger haulers, and in many instances they own the landfills. And so I think we're going to see a change not only in the state of Minnesota, but also nationwide in terms of cost savings as more and more of the market belongs to fewer and fewer haulers.
Your summarization of the issues around organized hauling reflect what we have experienced, I think, over time. And they really do point out in a nice way the complexity of this issue. It is not an easy issue to deal with. So thank you for taking that topic on. What's up next from a topical standpoint?
This month, we're finishing up beekeeping this month. Also coming up to, I think late tomorrow afternoon, we'll launch a discussion for the CIP process. And then coming up in May will be the future of the senior center.
All right.
So some good topics coming up.
No, we'll look forward to hearing from you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
On the next topics. Thanks, Jordan. All right, we're going to move into the public hearing section of the agenda. And there are two matters there this evening, but one of them is going to involve a motion to move it further back in our calendar to May 6th. But we'll take the first matter that's on the agenda, and that is a potential issuance of a new on-sale intoxicating and Sunday on-sale liquor license to Blazing Wings. I never knew about Blazing Wings, DBA Buffalo Wild Wings. That's what we all know, I think. And they're putting a new facility in the Southdale Center in the entertainment wing. So, Clerk Mangan, you have this matter.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Blazing Wings has applied for their new Sunday on-sale intoxicating and Sunday sale licenses. They filed the paperwork we require and have paid all applicable fees. Our Edina code requires a public hearing for issuance of any new on-sale intoxicating liquor license. The proper notification has been placed in the Sun Current. The administration, health, planning, and police department have all reviewed the applicant, and they are placed before you for consideration this evening.
All right. Thank you.
Greetings.
Any questions? And, sir, you're representing Buffalo Wild Wings. I take it, would you give us your name? And
My name is Martin Mongovan, and I'll be the general manager at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Edina.
all right, good. Let us finish our work first, and then just stand by, Martin.
Sure.
Any questions for Clerk Mangan? It looks like they've passed all of the requisite tests and background information investigation work has been completed.
Well, and I think we find attached Sergeant Olson's memo stating the findings from the police department.
Yep. Thank you. All right, is there a motion on this matter?
It's a public
excuse me, it's a public hearing. Why don't you go ahead, and if you have a presentation you wish to make, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
I'm
And
just here to-
I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing. If you just are here to answer questions, we can have you stand by, but I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing right now. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify or inquire regarding this prospective issuance of liquor license to Buffalo Wild Wings? All right. Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right.
Why don't we find out when you're going to open?
June 9th.
Okay.
This is the space where Maggiano's was previously on the south side of Southdale Center.
Yes.
Okay.
We only have about half the building.
Okay.
Okay. I'll move this agenda item.
Second.
Got a motion and second on this issuance of the intoxicating liquor licenses. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Martin, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you expect to see over there in terms of menu and the size of the facility and how many people you have working for you? Give us a little, this is your chance to tell the city of Edina and the residents that watch this show on local cable access a little bit about the new opening.
Okay, this will be our 24th Buffalo Wild Wings here in the metro area. It's definitely nice to be closer in the city of Edina. A lot of the other stores are 12, 13, 14 miles away. So instead of having to go far away, we're close to you guys. We have about 240 seats inside. About 225 seats inside and about 40 outside, 44 outside. We're all about beer, wings, and sports. I think all of you probably, if I went around the room, everyone has a favorite sauce. Yes? Yeah, see, I can tell. But I'm excited. We're going to hire about between 140 and 160 employees, and we plan on being a high-volume store. There's a lot of lunch business to have. There's a lot of dinner business, and there's a lot of traffic late at night with the mall, so we plan on being a high-volume store.
Good. There are folks from the Edina Chamber of Commerce here this evening. If you've coordinated with them, all right. I wasn't thinking of that. That's your business, but in terms of ribbon cutting, let us know.
We're all set. We're going to do it on the 9th, 10:30.
All right. Thanks, Martin.
Good. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Edina.
Thank you.
All right. The next matter in the public hearing portion of the agenda is the proposed tree preservation ordinance that's being recommended to be continued to May 6th. Is there a motion to that effect?
Second.
We got a motion and a second to continue the public hearing regarding the proposed tree preservation ordinance to May 6, 2014. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next portion of the agenda is community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and address the council with respect to a concern they might have? You'll have 3 minutes, and it cannot be a topic that's on the agenda this evening.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Colleen Hart. I live at 5637 Beard Avenue South in Edina.
I'm Chad Bell. I live at 5628 Beard Avenue in Edina. I live across the street from Colleen.
Yeah, and we're here today. I am not prepared with a computer PowerPoint presentation, but I do have paper ones, if I may pass them out to
Sure,
the
if you
council.
hand those to the clerk, she'll pass them on down to us. And then we'll make it part of the record.
So to just get the 3 minutes started, if you will, the issue at hand is Beard Avenue South and 57th. As you all know, there's Chowan Park, which is to the west of where we are. And there's a big, nice kind of fun hill the kids love to come down on. And I don't know if you're aware, but our neighborhood is very fortunate that we have dozens and dozens of children moving in and growing up in the area, which is great. But the problem that we run into is there is a stop sign on 57th going west to east, south to north there is not. And the issue we've seen is kids kind of booking through, frankly, the stop sign at all differing ages, whether it's a teenager or even a young kid maybe getting away from his parents. And there's obviously not a stop going north and south. Now, there has been a traffic study done, and we don't get a ton of traffic, but it's really more of an issue of trying to work out the traffic we get with the pedestrians that we have. And there's been some near misses that have been witnessed that's kind of harrowing. And so we're looking for, we obviously have our own ideas, but we're looking for, frankly, for some guidance here of what opportunities we could have to try to make this issue a little bit, I guess, easier for us to live with. So.
And safer, right, sure. I have just a rudimentary little diagram on the issue we're dealing with, and as Chad mentioned, we have pedestrian traffic using skateboards or bikes and so forth, kind of racing down the hill west to eastbound and vice versa. Along the edges, you see the little X marks there along three of the edges there, there's shrubs. And if you move to the next picture on eastbound on 57th, you can see this is from the vantage point of the bicyclist. And as you see there to the left, there are shrubs, and of course this is without the foliage on them. And there's a blockage of vision on that area, which limits the amount of stopping time if someone's riding a bike or a skateboard down the hill to stop. Also, for the car coming down the street heading southbound, you can see from the vantage point of the driver, there's difficulty viewing somebody coming down the hill. There's a blockage there on the right side. We're handing out colored pictures also. I apologize, I only had black and white printer. If a car was heading northbound, again, there's an issue of shrubs and trees.
Ms. Hart and Mr. Bell, I'm going to interrupt you not only because the time has expired, but this matter was in the traffic safety review report tonight that we approved.
Okay.
And the Section A, one of the requests was to make the intersection of Beard and 57th an all-way stop. That was recommended for approval.
Oh, that was not conveyed to us. We apologize for.
No, but you.
We didn't. We're not aware. Hold on. This is.
What?
The mayor just said it was recommended for approval. It was not recommended for approval. What we were going to do is place some advanced reflective signs underneath to make those stop signs.
Yeah, I didn't flip the page over. I saw the requested action, and then it's been forwarded to the police department for enforcement.
Correct.
All right. So why don't you go ahead and quickly finish your thought?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And we apologize for any confusion with this. Heading northbound, as you can see on the left, there's also for the car driver blockage in the sign if somebody was riding down the street down there. I took these pictures actually this afternoon, and as you can see, a car's coming down the hill on the next slide there, and you can just barely see the front of the car as it's passing through the shrubbery there. Heading westbound on 57th, there's also shrubs on the right-hand side of the street. There is a stop sign. Our understanding, we spoke with Joe in the Traffic Safety Committee, and this issue has had 2 studies. The recommendation was to put an advance warning sign prior to the stop sign heading westbound, if I'm correct. And please correct me if I'm wrong on that. We do not feel as if this would actually address our concerns with the westbound, eastbound traffic, pedestrian traffic there, as the traffic on 57th, again, we've witnessed several. I moved there 2.5 years ago, and one of the main issues that my neighbors shared with me with all the children was the traffic around that intersection.
Ms. Hart, I hate to stop you, but I've let you go quite a bit beyond your scheduled time, your allowable time. But
we have something called Clearview, though. So if you have shrubbery and it is not allowing a clear view of an intersection, we will come out, take a look at that, and then give the homeowner notice that it has to be cut, cleared, or whatever remedy will take care of it.
Okay.
And it seems to me one of the things that you're talking about with pictures on the shrubbery is that. So do they need to report a clear view problem, or did we just report it from the dais?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Member Bennett?
Yep. Well, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
I think another concern is that, or another consideration is that uncertainty actually causes people to slow down. It may not slow down the kids on the skateboards, but it will slow down motorists if they can't be sure. And if the configuration remains the same and there's a cutback of shrubbery, what you may find is vehicles just going faster through the intersection. Stop signs, I know that's not specifically what you're talking about, but if people don't see a need for a stop sign, they will frequently just blow it off and go through it. And that's not safe for anybody.
Correct.
Also, random enforcement will help, and I think that's been noted, and the Traffic Safety Committee is recommending that. So that may well make some difference, but a lot of times it's found that the traffic problems in a neighborhood are actually the residents themselves. So I encourage you to organize with your neighbors, raise the same kind of awareness with them that you're raising here, but also understand that sometimes something that is perceived as a problem on the one hand can also be a benefit, and if that uncertainty causes everybody to slow down, that's, again, better for everyone.
Okay.
We'll do that. Thank you very much.
Let's take this next step. There is disconcerting information in here that 19 of the vehicles that were eastbound, westbound didn't stop, and most of them were westbound. 16 of the 19 that didn't stop were westbound. So let's take this next step, see how that works. You be vigilant out there.
Well, and we'll talk to
Watch
our
for
neighbors, too.
enforcement, and then we'll send it back to traffic safety review if you're not thinking this is working.
All right, well, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your time. We
All
really
right.
appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Ms. Hart. Thanks, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a quick follow-up
Yep.
for our engineer. So at
Member Sprague.
Valley View, you've got the stem of the sign that's red. Is that the new standard for stop signs, or is that just in key locations? I'm talking about the stop sign at the intersection of Antrim and Valley View.
Yeah, that's just key, like you said, key intersections where we see a need to define that stop sign a little bit more and raise the awareness of that stop sign. We've also done the little stripes underneath the stop sign in some various locations like this too, where the awareness just isn't there. So we thought first, start with the advanced stop sign first and see how it goes from there.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thanks. All right. We're going to move on to the reports. And was there anyone else? Excuse me. Didn't mean to cut off any public comment. Anyone else wish to address the council on a matter of concern? All right. We'll move on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. First matter there is an appeal of a certificate of appropriateness that was recommended for issuance by the Heritage Preservation Board. Joyce Repia will introduce the topic, and Joyce Mellum is the appellant, and we'll have 10 minutes for your presentation. All right, Ms. Repia.
Thank you. Mayor Hovland and members of the council, this appeal is relative to a certificate of appropriateness that was approved for the property at 4505 Arden Avenue by the Heritage Preservation Board on March 11, 2014. The home, located on the east side of the 4500 block of Arden Avenue, is a Tudor style, constructed in 1926, which was during the district's period of significance, which is 1924 through 1944. Thus, this structure cannot be torn down unless the applicant can show that the home is not a heritage preservation resource or no longer contributes to the historical significance of the district because of its historic integrity has been compromised by deterioration, damage, or by inappropriate additions or alterations. This is the front elevation of the home. Here you have the south elevation, the north elevation, and that is the rear elevation of the existing home. A chronology of the Heritage Preservation Board review of this property includes the following meetings. In November 2009, prospective buyers, now current owners, Tim and Michelle Pronley, requested an opinion from the Heritage Preservation Board as to whether the home, which is considered a heritage preservation resource, could be demolished, making way for a new home to be built on the site. Mr. Scott Busen, representing the Pronleys, provided photos of the home supporting their contention that a state of disrepair had risen to the level that the home's historic integrity was compromised and it should no longer be considered a heritage preservation resource, thus making way to apply for a certificate of appropriateness application for a new home. The board responded that the photos provided did not provide sufficient data to justify the home being deteriorated to the point that it could not be rehabilitated and needed to be demolished. In order to make an informed decision, the board suggested a registered architect or a structural engineer verify the condition of the home. On January 12, 2010, the applicant provided reports from an engineer and an environmental company outlining the deterioration of the home. The reports were reviewed by the city's chief building official, Steve Kirchman, who provided an opinion in a memo dated March 11, 2010, citing that rehabilitation of the dwelling would require demolition of a great deal of the existing home, but is possible. He did have concerns about the structural integrity of the foundation. Mr. Kirchman added that most residential dwelling foundations are over-designed and a limited amount of deterioration is not structurally significant. But he did not know the extent of the damage to the foundation at 4505 Arden Avenue. Furthermore, he did not believe evidence had been presented to render a judgment that the home was unsafe or uninhabitable. The board observed that most of the deterioration identified in the reports was attributed to the additions on the rear of the home, which may comprise 50% or more of the total structure, but are not part of the original 1926 home, nor subject to the same regulations as the original home, and could be removed and replaced. However, the original home would not qualify for demolition. On January 11, 2011, the applicant requested the Heritage Preservation Board review a sketch plan of a proposal for changes to the front elevation of the home. The plan was identical to that which was presented for Certificate of Appropriateness approval on February 11th of this year. While no action was taken back in 2011, the Heritage Preservation Board provided the following comments. The home, as it exists, needs work. It appears the applicants are headed in the right direction. The added English tutor detailing provides much more balance for the home. And take as much care with the sides and rear elevations of the home as have been shown on this front elevation. The Certificate of Appropriateness currently under consideration included an initial request presented at the February 11th, 2014 meeting of the Heritage Preservation Board for construction of a new detached garage in the southeast corner of the rear yard and converting the attached garage to 2 stories of living space. A whole house rehabilitation entailing removal of all exterior materials from the original home, which would then be rebuilt to the exact dimensions with respect to height, form, and mass of the 1926 home, and changes to the front facade to include moving the front entry and chimney to the center of the home to provide for an entry of the home from the front street elevation, as well as adding more Tudor detailing with half timbering, stonework, and natural stucco. At the time, the Heritage Preservation Board agreed that the whole house rehabilitation as defined was in essence a demolition of the original 1926 home, thus voted to continue the request to the March 11th meeting to afford the board an opportunity to receive an update of the of the past environmental and engineers report that was provided in 2010, as well as information regarding the current condition of the home to determine if the home's historic integrity had been further compromised. At the March 11th Heritage Preservation Board meeting, plans for the new detached garage and conversion of the flat-roofed attached garage to 2 stories of living space remained unchanged. Revisions to the home's plan included the rehabilitation process, which no longer called for removal of the original building materials from the home, but rather the careful evaluation of materials with replacing only that which was determined to be deteriorated. And the front stone-covered entry, which originally projected 5 feet beyond the front setback of the subject home, as well as the homes on either side, was removed and replaced with a stone concave entrance, maintaining a consistent setback with the homes on the block. The Heritage Preservation Board voted to approve the Certificate of Appropriateness in a 7-2 vote, subject to the plans presented dated March 4th, 2014, and a year-built plaque be attached to the exterior of the detached garage. The following findings supported the approval decision. The new detached garage and changes to the street-facing facade were consistent with the Tudor design of the home. The proposed detached garage would complement the architectural style of the home and not be detrimental to the adjacent historic structures. The proposed changes to the front facade preserved the essential character of the property and contributed to the heritage value of the district as a whole. The plans provided with the subject request clearly illustrated the scope and scale of the proposed project, and the information provided supporting the subject certificate of appropriateness met the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the Country Club District's plan of treatment. Staff recommends that you uphold the decision of the Heritage Preservation Board to approve the certificate of appropriate for changes to 4505 Arden Avenue.
Questions for Ms. Repia at this point in time? All right. Thanks for that background. Ms. Mellon?
I would like to save some time for rebuttal, too, so I'll try to keep it somewhat brief. And Joyce gave a good history. I differ with some of the facts towards the end especially, but and I submitted written materials, which I'm sure you've read, and I had some attachments, and so I'm just going to really present oral argument. I'm not going to read my brief. I'm going to read my oral brief. The Country Club neighborhood is a heritage landmark district, unique as being a planned community. The houses themselves are not considered landmark houses, but rather are a heritage preservation resource. Heritage preservation resource is defined in the plan of treatment as, quote, any building, site, structure, or object that has been so designated by the Heritage Preservation Board on the basis of its historic associations or historic architectural qualities, which add to the significance of the district as a whole, close quote. And this is true of 4505 Arden Avenue. This house is a heritage preservation resource by virtue of its location in the Country Club District and because it was built between 1924 and 1944. The house is an early original Thorpe house. The Country Club District Plan of Treatment states, quote, the primary objective of the Country Club Heritage Landmark District is preservation of the existing historic house facades and streetscapes, close quote. The certificate of appropriateness is a term of art specific to the approval process for demolition in whole or part for changes made to the heritage preservation resource. It is my position that the plan of treatment, which defines the COA, certificate of appropriateness, moves away from the specific goal of preservation of the existing historic house facades and streetscapes. A COA is only required in the following instances. And now I'm reading from the Country Club District Plan of Treatment, which is attached as exhibits to both my material and Joyce Repia's. So a COA is required when 50% or more of the surface area of all exterior walls in the aggregate are removed, or 50% of the principal roof structure is removed, changing its shape, pitch, or height, or a front porch, side porch, vestibule, dormer, chimney, attached garage, or porte cochere is removed or destroyed. This definition does not include removal of existing siding, roofing, trim, fascia, soffit, eave moldings, windows, and doors. It's that part of the definition of COA that I believe is ambiguous with regard to the removal of existing siding, roofing, trim, fascia, soffit, eave molding, windows, and doors, because it does not contemplate moving or enlarging a door or window, and thus the plan of treatment does not fulfill its duty of preservation of the existing historic house facades and streetscapes. Therefore, I ask for an order from the council to review and amend the plan of treatment to clarify the language and better protect the existing historic house facades and streetscapes as being appropriate at this time. As stated in the 2008 Comprehensive Plan, because comprehensive planning is a continuous cycle, the HPB will periodically renew and update the Heritage Preservation Plan, and that includes the Country Club District Plan of Treatment. The Plan of Treatment further states that no COA will be approved for the demolition in whole or part of any heritage preservation resource in the district unless the applicant can show that the subject property is not a heritage preservation resource and no longer continues to the historical significance of the district because of its historical integrity has been compromised by deterioration, damage, or by inappropriate additions or alterations. By approving the COA and allowing significant and substantial changes to the existing historic house facade and streetscape at 4505 Arden, the Heritage Preservation Board did not fulfill its duty of preservation of the Country Club Heritage Landmark District as set forth in its own plan of treatment. Regarding the letters that were submitted in favor of the COA by neighbors of the Pronleys, it should be noted that I did submit petitions and letters back in 2009 and 2010 when this dispute first started, when the demolition was requested. Those were not attached to Ms. Repia's materials, but I do have them with me today if you care to see them. But I would respectfully remind the council that this is not a matter of popular opinion, as perhaps was the case in the public golf course dispute. This is not a matter of whether one likes the new design or dislikes the old house or likes the Pronleys. It is a matter of upholding the preservation laws. There are many houses in the Country Club District that did extensive remodels while maintaining the existing historic house facades and streetscape. For example, and completed last year, is 4511 Bruce. I'm going to hold up a photo. Some of you might recognize this house. They did a very nice job. They did an extensive remodel of the interior in all three sides, but not the front streetscape. So they maintain the historic house facade and streetscape. For example, or because the existing historic house facade and streetscape was not changed, this remodel did not come before the Heritage Preservation Board at all. The homeowner undertook the extensive remodel by voluntary compliance. Voluntary compliance is encouraged and addressed in the Country Club Plan of Treatment. Mr. Vogel, our historian, indicates that a COA process is one of the most efficient processes, but actually it's quite inefficient, as we found out by this process at 4505 Arden. When you have the voluntary compliance with virtually no changes allowed to the front streetscape, you don't have the citizens coming up and arguing over what's appropriate and what is inappropriate. Furthermore, the COA process is fraught with subjective and arbitrary decision-making by a citizen board that is not fully apprised of the law, and such was the case here. In fact, at the meeting on March 11th, it seemed apparent to me that people just kind of wanted to be done with the matter, vote yes for it, and let's go home. Edina has an admirable tradition of studying, documenting, and preserving its local history. I would urge the City Council to carry on that tradition by ordering the HPB to review and amend its COA guidelines, specifically concerning the existing historic house facades and streetscapes, and to better fulfill its duty to preserve its heritage resources. This is important to the community and to future generations because once it's gone forever. I would also ask that the council deny the COA for the reasons that I've just argued tonight. It is not in compliance with the Country Club Plan of Treatment. Furthermore, and most importantly, the written material that was submitted by Great Neighborhood Homes, and I'm sure you have a copy of this, Mr. Busen admits that he's going to tear down the whole house. And he says that right in here. And obviously that's not going to be in compliance with the COA that was submitted to us. So for that reason as well, I ask that it be denied. And that's all I have for now. And I would like to save
You've got less than 30 seconds left, so you can use it now, or you can save.
I'll reserve my 30 seconds.
Thank you. Respondents are Conley is going to speak for themselves. Mr. Busen, you submitted something on their behalf and appeared on their behalf in front of the Heritage Preservation Board.
I'm resident of 4615 Wooddale Avenue, and I'm here representing Tim and Michelle Pronley, 4505 Arden.
Mr. Busen, you'll have an equal amount of time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm here tonight to talk about a response to Ms. Repke's appeal of our COA for 4505 Arden. I really hope tonight concludes our 4-year struggle in working with the HPB and specifically Ms. Melman to find a compatible use of 4505 Arden for Michelle and Tim Pronley and their 3 young daughters. The Pronleys have worked hard to come up with a rehabilitation plan for the home that suits their family while being very respectful to the historic character of the district. The 2 adjacent neighbors are very excited to see the eyesore that exists today turned into a beautiful home that is more in character with the well-kept homes in the block. Mr. Hancock, the neighbor at 4503 Arden, has testified at 311 HPB meeting that the proposed plans are a dream come true. He stated living next to the existing home for 25 years has been depressing, and he couldn't say enough good things about what is being proposed. So I think you're really seeing huge opportunity for improvement on the block. The appeal from Ms. Mellum, it really exemplifies what I would call an extreme and unbalanced approach to the plan of treatment. This is not a dispute here tonight. We're talking about building a home for a family. The home at 4511 Bruce that she showed looks beautiful, and it kept the same, it did not touch the front of the house. And that's great, and the plan of treatment allows that, but that's not what the plan of treatment said. The plan of treatment allows more flexibility for homeowners to work within their homes, not requiring them to freeze dry the home in time, so to speak. And what it really does, it allows a family trying to find a contemporary and compatible use of their property. The plan of treatment states as its planning objective, the preferred treatment for heritage preservation resources in the Country Club District is rehabilitation, which is defined as the act of making possible a compatible use, a use that is compatible with the homeowner for a property through repair, alterations, and additions, alterations, changes to the home, while preserving those portions or features which convey its historic and cultural and architectural values. The plan of treatment goes on to state in its efforts to encourage voluntary compliance that will encourage repairs, additions, or alterations which make possible an efficient, contemporary use of older homes in the district while preserving those features that are historically and architecturally significant. Pronleys clearly meet these objectives. They're altering the front doorway, as you see here, to the home to give it a more compatible use for their family. Stated in our application, the current front door location requires stepping down into a sunken living room. So they walk in the front door, they got to step down the living room. It's only about 6'2" height. It's like you got to do like an obstacle course to get into the house. It's very awkward and not an entry that they want to either use every day nor have their taller visitors duck beneath. In addition, the front stoop falls off to the north, right into the neighbor's blind driveway. Mr. Hancock again testified at the 311 meeting that he was relieved that this dangerous door location was finally being moved. He had worried about kids jumping off the stoop into his driveway while he was backing out. The front door location is he also drives the location of the new chimney. Documented in our 311 meeting, the current chimney is dangerously deteriorated, and the chimney contractor has advised the Pronleys that it should be replaced. The new chimney is only slightly moved from its original location, but still maintains the architectural form and character of other Tudor homes in the district. The new location will accommodate a more compatible and efficient use of the front living space, which today is just the typical long living room, which, today you kind of walk in, it's dead space for families, and what they want to do is convert that to a dining room and front office. So again, a more compatible use through an alteration of the home. In making these changes to the front facade, they'll also use the opportunity to rehabilitate the bland and deteriorated face with new stucco, half-timbering stone egress windows. This will result in a rehabilitation similar to one that our company completed at 4615 Moreland. In that home there, got a picture of that home. Here's this home here. As you can see, I encourage you to drive by the home. The HPB held it up as a key win for them in 2012. The changes to the facade at 4505 Arden will provide a beautiful rehabilitated exterior and proper safety egress for their children's bedrooms while preserving the form and character of the original home. Finally, removing the ugly and deteriorated addition from the home, replacing with a beautifully articulated addition. You can see here the difference between the boxy, bland sidewall and the new sidewall going on the home. Will really be welcomed by the neighbors who have had to suffer for years living next to this eyesore. The new addition will blend seamlessly with the architectural form of the new home. I feel we in Providence have done an outstanding job altering the house to make a more compatible use for the family while working within the guidelines of the plan of treatment to preserve the architectural form and features that while conveying the home's architectural contribution to the overall feel of the district. The majority of the neighbors, and specifically the adjacent neighbors, are delighted to see the changes. The HPB on a 7-2 vote also agreed the changes meet the objectives of the POT. Mr. Vogel, the HPB consultant, testified that the home itself would not be a heritage landmark and the changes would not be detrimental to the home's historic integrity. And it's just, again, it's this, if you look at the extreme end of the preservation, the people that look at it from an extreme standpoint of preservation, they're the ones that disagree. And I think that's fine. We can preserve people that want to keep their homes more like period homes, but the plan of treatment allows this type of changes. And I think the approach she's coming at this is a very strict and unbalanced interpretation of the plan of treatment. She attempts to apply the finer details of the Department of Interior standards to our project. And I think those are good for like looking at the Baird House or the Grange Hall. But really the plan of treatment is what governs homeowners working with their homes within the district. And in fact, if you look at the comprehensive plan, you'll go back to how it talks about plans of treatment. It says that the HPB should come up with a plan of treatment for heritage landmarks, however, except in extraordinary circumstances, the HPB will not nominate a property for landmark designation without the consent of the owner. And I think what it's saying there is it really wants the owner the opportunity to control what happens with their home. The other case Ms. Mel was trying to make is that the project at 4505 Arden is in fact a tear down. She feels the factor of making changes and replacing so much deteriorated material from the home makes it a tear down. If you review the documentation that was provided from the 1/12/10 HPB meeting, you'll see that licensed professionals and a structural engineer found the house to suffer from extreme deterioration and neglect. As Joyce said, Ms. Reppy said tonight, Steve Kirschman stated that a lot of the home would have to be demolished, but it could be rehabilitated. I think that statement right there shows you that it's an incredible burden to remodel this home, and there's a significant amount of material that needs to be replaced. Since the time that Providence have owned the home, they've had to deal with significant deterioration, continuing and spend substantial dollars to keep it propped up there. And so yes, it'll require replacement of a significant amount of the materials in the home. And Dave Fisher, the new inspector, in order to keep that home safe, is going to require us, we open up a wall, he's going to say, you're going to have to take that out. I mean, we have to open up the house to really see what's there before we know what has to be removed. So there will be a significant amount of material which will have to be removed from the home, similar to what we did at 4620 Moreland. And while the approach that we'll undergo there is very cumbersome, expensive, disruptive to neighbors, and will not provide Providence with all of the features of modern construction, they will go along with the approach as it seems to be the only option allowable by the HPB. Unfortunately, the condition of this home just gives us no choice. At the 211 HPB meeting, we proposed a more efficient approach of reconstructing the home versus a board-by-board replacement. We feel strongly that this is the more responsible approach to the whole house rehabilitation versus a home that is in a sense band-aided together. And that's a view that's actually shared by one of the certified architects on the HPB. You know, as while we're going along with the board-by-board rehabilitation, we feel that the reconstruction option would have been allowable within the plan of treatment and was an option that was stated to be available to homeowners when the City Council debated the adoption of the plan of treatment at their 2008 City Council meeting. And if you look at some of the slides here, so you can see basically this is the home at 4620 Moreland that we rehabilitated. So you can see when we started, that's what it looked like. It really kind of hard to tell what was beneath. And we opened it up. We basically had to remove almost the whole front exterior sheeting on both levels, the whole front gable. You can see all the new plywood that had to be replaced on the home. All new footings, all new interior walls. But then we ended up with that. So I mean, I think, you know, it was the home had required substantial replacement. I think what we have here at 4505 Arden is a home that requires even more replacement. But this is really the approach that, you know, we will agree to go along with that. And I think that we will end up with a home that maintains the streetscape of the district. So I ask you to please accept this response to deny the appeal of the COA for Pond Lakes project at 4505 Arden. It's been a challenging 4 years. You know, working with the HPB, I think that, there's my timer, I'm done. You know, I think we've really tried to work hard. However, I feel that the approach of having to preserve things that need to be replaced, the homeowners don't want, I think it's just is too extreme of an approach. And I think the plan of treatment should allow a more balanced approach like we took tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Busen. Member Bennett?
Thank you. Mr. Busen, could you please clarify for us exactly what it is that you're recommending here? Because what you're showing right now on the screen is, and with the other photos that you showed, is what I think most of us probably would see as a remodeling or a rehabilitation process, understanding that it was painstaking, understanding that it involved some structural, some work in the foundation, et cetera. But it does seem that because of the way in which you did the work and the amount of material that was left standing as you were doing your work, and also the comparison between the new facade and the facade before. It really is the same house. The door is where the door was. It's hard to tell from the photograph that's in the staff report how much, if any, stonework was on the facade before, but the windows are approximately where the windows were. I understand there was an oriel window that was probably the biggest, most significant change. So I see that, and that seems to me to be one process. But then when I read your written materials, which were on the desk this evening, and I know you sent them to us by email, but it kind of crashed my computer. Anyway, when I see the materials that you submitted, in those you are talking about removing more of the material, and you actually seem to be advocating for a complete demolition and rebuild, even if it's to the dimensions of the existing house. So can you please again clarify for me which of these processes, the one that's in the writing or the one that's in the pictures, you're proposing to do with 4504 Arden, 4505 Arden?
It's the same approach we took with 4620 Moreland.
Microphone.
Do you want to pick up the handheld microphone?
If you look at the 4620 Moreland, the original photo here, I mean, you can see that we really changed the whole front. There were no French doors along the lower part of the house. If you look down here, there was no French doors down here. There was no big windows up here. There was no bump out portion for a master bedroom. And if you go to we changed, we added all the doors in the bottom, and then we put the big whole front bump out on the top. So it was a significant change to that whole left side, almost 2/3 of the home changed on the front facade.
We had the photograph of the after. We didn't have the photograph of the before in a real decipherable form. Okay, so there were some facade changes, but again, the front door remained where it is. You did add a considerable amount of stonework. Looking to the right of the previous front door, I note that the window configuration on that side remained approximately the same. But also, again, what I'm struck with is how much of the material was left standing as you worked. So it really seemed to be kind of a layer by layer, really a determination of exactly what needed to be replaced or rehabilitated as you went. And is that the process, again, that you are recommending, requesting, advocating for here, that was approved, or are you proposing what appears to be in writing before us, which is pretty much a removal of everything and then a rebuilding in that footprint?
The 4620 Moreland, we replaced 100% of the exterior materials, so 100% roof shingles, stucco, half timbering. We took the old stone that was there and mixed it with new, and we added more stone. We replaced about 80% of the structure. So that would be wall studs, wall sheeting, roof sheeting, all the lumber of the home, and about 50% of the foundation, and 100% of the interior materials. So I mean, the Moreland home was a significant replacement.
I think what she's asking, Scott, is in the process of getting there, is it a gradual process of taking down the stucco, for example, and seeing what's behind the stucco, determining if that needs to come down, if that needs to be removed and replaced, and then moving very carefully from one stage to another, as it appears was done in 4620? Or is this learning possibly from 4620, or knowing what you've seen already in this house? Have you already made some decisions to move deeper into that home because of what you know about it so far? Is it going to be a similar process, or a more progressive process?
We did learn a lot on 4620 Moreland about what's behind the walls of these homes, and we also have a lot of information from structural engineers and forensic experts that showed us the walls that are bad, and probably have experienced where water has come into the home. So we know, what, like, the low-hanging fruit. We know, like, that chimney area is going to be really bad. We know some around the windows are bad. So we'll attack those areas first, and then as we move through, you can't really patch stucco when you do a significant remodel. You pretty much got to re-stucco the house. So we do remove all the stucco to see what's wrong with the sheeting, the boards, the structure. And then, in addition, with today's building code, if I start removing, we expose like the shiplap planking, which is how old homes were sheeted versus plywood. Dave Fisher is going to say that wall needs to be braced, so you need 4-foot sheets of plywood in that corner, because that house is going to rack. So we're going to, it's in addition to exploration, we're also going to have to apply building code, to rebuild the portions of the house that are structurally not meeting code.
Well, except that, thank you, Member Brindle, for your clarifying question. Noting all of the information in the file, there was some information provided that did not reach the level of proof that I think the HPD was looking for, and that's why the matter was continued. And then when it came back styled as another application, as an application for something different, as a remodeling rather than what had been termed a whole house rehabilitation, then the necessity of obtaining that same kind of information was thought to be eliminated because a different process was being proposed. So what exists in one house does not necessarily mean what exists in another house, particularly with an application that's specific to that other house. And that's why I'm really trying to get to the root of what it is that you're asking for, because I think that's really what's in front of us. Is a body was considering one type of application that turned into another application, and Assistant Planner Repia went through the history. There's been a history, and it has changed over time. And we don't have in front of us still, the HPB never did have in front of it, the specific information as to what in this house had to be demolished or replaced. And so then we're left with what has been styled as an application for a remodeling. But then again, the text of what you put in front of us, the letter, and the way that you described the process, and the way that you described the lessons that you had learned from this previous house, seemed to indicate again that you wanted to do a different process with 4504 Arden. And that's why I'm asking for the clarity.
Yeah,
that
I would
I'm asking
prefer, I mean, I think what we're doing, I think the more responsible approach would be to rebuild the home. That's my belief, just based on being a builder. Just knowing what we have to go through to get this house structurally solid, and to get it to where the expectation of the homeowner. The process of going through Moreland, it's a very aggressive rehabilitation. It's really kind of like, you're gutting a house and rebuilding it board by board. And it's fine, and we'll get there, and it'll meet code and everything. It's just that they're not getting, what they could have, with things like a better basement. It's got waterproofing and drain tile and, ceiling heights, things like that. So there's compromises they're making on this approach, just like we made at 4620 Moreland, to work within the plan of treatment.
Mayor, if I may ask just a few questions of Assistant Planner Repia.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Let me ask one on that same topic. Here's what I think folks are asking: is this a rehabilitation, which is what was approved by the Heritage Preservation Board, akin to 4620 Moreland, or is this a tear down as asserted by Ms.
This is a rehabilitation, like 4620 Moreland.
And then why is it a rehabilitation?
Because we are going through the home and replacing the things that are deteriorated and fixing them, make them structurally solid, and then remodeling the home per the plan we presented, which is all allowed within the plan of treatment.
All right.
I mean, rehabilitation is, this is the same thing we go through when we, do any kind of remodel on a house. It's just what you have to do. You open up a wall. If there's bad material, you have to take it out, replace it. It's just this house happens to have a lot more and requires a lot more rehabilitation.
Thank you. Assistant Planner Repia, just a few quick questions,
Sure.
I think. So how long has the Country Club District been covered by a heritage resource nationally and locally?
Great. The Country Club District received National Register designation in 1980, and National Register designation is through the National Park Service. It's honorific, and there is no protection provided for the district with that designation. They depend on the local government to provide regulations.
And when did Edina's regulations go into effect?
The Heritage Preservation Board struggled with changes in the district until 2003, and that's when the zoning code was recodified to allow for district designations, because the previous code did not have a district designation ability. And then we also provided for the ability for a plan of treatment for each individual landmark, and for the code that we have today, and that was 2003. Then in 2008, we revisited the plan of treatment for the district.
Yes, thank you. And the district is approximately 550 homes?
That's correct.
Is there any other neighborhood in the city that receives this kind of service in terms of the review, the design review, and the special approval process for remodeling and for demolition and rebuilding?
Member Bennett, not at this time.
Okay. So there are approximately 13,000 single-family homes in this city?
That is correct.
And 12,500 of them can be torn down and replaced with the home of an owner's or property owner's choice. It would be totally at the property owner's choice, whether to demolish.
As long as it meets code.
And subject to permitting.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Member Sprague?
I have a question I wanted you to comment on, Planner Repia, about something in Vogel's statement. He says, and you've
Why don't you
read,
identify Mr. Vogel first?
Mr. Robert Vogel, yeah. So he says in his comments to appeal, which I assume you've read.
Correct.
Okay. He says, let me find, in the opinion of city staff and the majority of HPB members, the 4505 Arden project does not constitute demolition.
Mm-hmm.
less than 50% of the aggregate exterior surface area of the historic core of the house is proposed to be removed. Then when I go over to the COA language, it doesn't say historic core of the house when it's defining demolition. So can you explain that?
When he's referring to the historic core of the house, it's the 1926, it's the original structure, differentiating from the attached garage and the flat-roofed additions that were added at a later period.
Okay, so he's saying your interpretation of that guideline is that we're only talking about the original
Correct.
Foundation size, not and therefore it doesn't meet the threshold.
That is correct, Member
Okay,
Spray.
thanks.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. So the drawing up on top, compared with the photograph that I have here, I think you're being kind with that drawing, to be totally blunt. And I thank you for purchasing this house and wanting to do wonderful things with it. How much of what I'm looking here is original, and how much is as a result of addition after addition after addition? I'm just looking at the front facade, which is not attractive. And
Yeah.
it's hard for me to believe that Samuel Thorpe would put something like this in his district.
Yeah, that's all, it's my opinion that the whole front is original, and maybe they just didn't finish it.
Wow. Okay. This is going to come across as a lot of opinion because that's frankly how I'm looking at this. One of the quandaries that I see in the Country Club District is that Samuel Thorpe took care for the curb appeal of the homes and took no care with what could happen behind that front facade. I can't tell you the number of houses as I go through Country Club that have attention to detail much more than this, much more attractive than this, from the front face, and then you look at the side and it's a box. It's just a box. House after house, whether it's a colonial or a Tudor or whatever that is, but it's house after house. So that it's just a mystery to me. I know of 2 remodels in the last 3 years. They did not happen in Country Club, but as the remodel started, it got to a point where it was easier to start over. So they both did. It was mold, it was bats, it was animals, it was water throughout. It was a crumbling foundation that the builder totally intended to be able to work with and shore up, and finally decided it was easier to go 90 feet down to bedrock and build a house on stilts, if you will, in the ground. So I do know that things can get out of hand once you see the condition of the home. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with the precedent that this might set, because if it has to happen, it has to happen. If for this house to be able to have a future for this family and future families, if that's what needs to happen, that's what needs to happen. And I understand the certificate of appropriateness. I understand that it was drafted in a moment of time, that it may or may not be complete and take all things into consideration, as well the plan of treatment. But I think one project has to be taken uniquely, and this one definitely does have its challenges. Probably not the only one that has these challenges, and we'll probably be sitting here having a very similar conversation with you or another very similar reputable builder who is kind enough to take on a project like this and stick with it. But those are my observations with it. It's not something that I totally appreciate, not being a builder, but it is in the Country Club District. I think there's a lot that we try to keep because of the COA, because of the plan of treatment, that we would be wiser to use updated materials and just make sure that front facade is true to what was originally intended.
Does anybody have questions for Mr. Busen? Otherwise, I'm going to ask him to sit down.
I really didn't.
Thank you. All right. Let's, yeah, all right. And any other comments, Member Brindle?
Is there a way to know? No, I don't. I said what I needed to say.
All right. Comments, Member Swenson?
I'm ready to make a motion, so I'll let Mr. Sprague make a comment unless he...
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, this was passed by many of you here before my time. I'm reading this definition of demolition. It says demolition shall mean, and I understand that the HPB interpreted building meaning the original footprint and not the addition, but the ordinance says, for purposes of design review, demolition shall mean the physical alteration of a building that requires a city permit and where 50% or more of the surface area of all exterior walls in the aggregate are removed. To a layperson reading this, they would think, hey, if you take out more than 50%, which is being done here, of the entire building, all exterior walls, you'd move on to the next section, which says no COA will be approved unless, inter alia, they can show the historic integrity has been compromised. So what I hear from the original decision was that, and I'm asking Planner Repia this as well to confirm, is that the HPB never got to that second part because they found that there was no demolition, correct? Now I'm asking my colleagues, and I was having a side by here, is this first section A, 50% or more of the surface area of all exterior walls, has been interpreted in the past to mean only of the original footprint, even though there's no mention or definition of that in this section, correct?
That's how I interpret it.
I think the comment from the Heritage Preservation Board was that it didn't apply to the additions that were added to the home. Member Swenson, you were on that Heritage Preservation Board.
I served for 2 or 3 years on the Heritage Preservation Board. And at that time, it was our assumption that it applied to the original home structure and not any additions that had been put on.
Member Bennett?
The additions are also, as it turns out, historic, and I was struck with language in some of the materials before us that talked about one of the purposes of historic preservation being a preservation of the timeline of a place. And this idea of the collective, it's not an individual home and country club that has heritage designation, it's the district as a whole, all 550 houses. And that was something that we really struggled with in 2008 and really informed our revision of the plan of treatment. Because the question is, how many homes do you lose before you no longer are eligible for that kind of heritage designation? And there was, again, something in the minutes that talked about you can rebuild something on site with all new materials. You don't have what you had before. You don't have those historic homes any longer. So again, the one by one, at what point do you reach the demise of the district, which I don't think, I have never seen a proposal in my 7.5 years on the council that the district be eliminated. I think that there is value that's conferred by it. If that's a process that people in the district want to bring up, but again, I've never heard that brought up. So then, with the rules in effect, there's that collective identity and that question of what changes that collective enough to eventually disqualify it from qualification. So Member Swenson has clear memory of that discussion. I know that we were trying to be comprehensive, we were trying to be fair, that balance of property rights, but also, again, recognizing that this was a resource that is jointly enjoyed and cherished by 550 sets of property owners, and asking that it be upheld in a reasonable way.
Member Swenson.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal of the COA for 4505 Arden Avenue. And if I have a second, then I have some thoughts.
Comments? I'll second it.
All right. Discussion.
Having served on the Historical Preservation Board. The COAs that we did in the country club, we did not hold to the Secretary of the Interior standard as regulatory. Where I may understand Ms. Mellon's concern that there is a section on the plan of treatment that really doesn't specify that you can or can't move something, whether it be windows or doors. And if that's an issue that they want to bring up and change that area of the plan of treatment, I would encourage them to look at that. But in this particular case, I would move to deny this appeal.
Other comments? All right. I personally found the memorandum from our preservation planning consultant, Robert Vogel, to be the most persuasive on this issue in addressing the issue that Member Sprague raised. Mr. Vogel points out that a majority of the HPB members found that the 4505 Arden project does not constitute demolition. Less than 50% of the aggregate exterior surface of the historic core of the house is proposed to be removed. The exterior additions to the 1926 house that are proposed to be demolished are not considered historic fabric and detract from the property's historic character. Then he goes on to talk about, what's this thing about rehabilitation? And he said the district plan of treatment does recommend an overall approach to heritage resource management based on the concept of rehabilitation, which the city's preservation code defines as the act or process of returning a heritage resource to a state of utility through repair or alteration that makes possible an efficient contemporary use while preserving those portions or features of the property which are significant to its historical, architectural, archaeological, or cultural values. Rehabilitation emphasizes retaining historic character and avoiding loss of significant irreplaceable historic resources. It is predicated on the assumption that a historic building may need to be altered, modified, or even partially demolished in order to meet continuing or new uses. So when this whole plan of treatment was devised over there, the certificate of appropriateness was instituted. It wasn't to be applied in a draconian way to prevent people from living in a modern way. I think that some of the rehabilitation work that's been done in the district, including the property at 4620 Moreland, is a great enhancement to the district. And let's not forget about the potential impact of continuing to have 4505 Arden exist in its present condition as an adverse impact on the adjoining property values. I mean, these are the kinds of properties that deteriorating over time can have a pour-over effect on the entire neighborhood, not just the adjoining properties. So I think our consultant, Mr. Vogel, has it right on the mark. And I would also support Member Swenson's motion that this appeal be denied.
May I please?
No.
Brother Vogel said something entirely different 2 months prior.
Ms. Mellon, no, sorry. Comment, Member Sprague?
With the context of the definition for demolition, it allows me to get to the next part of the issue, which is easier for me. He talks about in his memo of it's not the fenestration, it's not the exact positioning of the elements, it's the combination of the elements themselves. And as I've reviewed past plans of treatment and COAs for other projects, it seems to me that that is how it's applied. It's not a rigorous, static combination of the elements in one position. It's the combination of the elements that make the style that contributes to the district. And here we have a different combination, different positioning, but all the elements are there for the definition of Tudor revival. It's mentioned in the memo, but I think that was a finding of the board as well. So on that basis, I agree with the denial of the appeal.
Anyone else? All right. Got a motion and a second.
Mr.
We
Mayor.
got discussion. All those in favor of...
Wait a minute.
Point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm wondering if on that motion, if we could add one point under the approval section of the findings, if the council would be considering, there's a lot of great material before the council that you've considered and reviewed, and I was wondering if under the findings, we could add a sentence that simply states, based upon the record submitted to the Heritage Preservation Board, and then all testimony and submittals before the city council, so it could reflect that as part of your decision tonight, it did consider the submittals that were before the council.
I would be fine with that addition with my second.
All right. You don't think we need separate findings? It seems like sometimes in the past we've had separate findings. Do you think
No,
it's
with
adequate to adopt these findings?
It is, with that addition,
right.
you're up.
All right, we got a friendly suggestion by our city attorney, and you were on board there?
Yep.
Okay. Understanding the motion, all those in favor of denying the appeal on the issuance of the certificate of appropriateness with respect to 4505 Arden Avenue, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried. Thank you. All right, the next matter in front of us is the second reading on ordinance, proposed ordinance 2014-4, which establishes a local lodging tax funding for a convention visitors bureau.
Thank you, Your Honor. This item was first before the council at your April 1st meeting. Council considered the ordinance at that meeting and imposes a 3% local lodging tax on hotels within the city of Edina. There is a document following this that describes in a little bit more detail how that money becomes what it's doing in the community through Explore Edina, but this is the lodging tax ordinance that was drafted by our city attorney.
All right. Questions? Comments?
I
Member Bennett?
have a question, and that is, I saw a letter in the packet, I believe, from counsel in the Callis Law Office, Michael Callis, concerned about using the name Explore Edina in light of someone doing research finding a similar name. I recommend you consider using a different name. Can someone explain why Explore Edina is continuing to be used if council recommended that it not be?
I cannot, but Lori Severson is here from the chamber.
Good evening, Lori Severson, President of the Edina Chamber of Commerce, 3300 Edinburgh Way, Suite 150, Edina. Initially, there was some conversation over, I believe it was Edina, Missouri, and their website is exploreedinamo.org. We looked into all of the different possibilities. We did purchase exploreedina.com and .org, as well as exploreedinamn.com and .org. After some very careful review, we've decided that Explore Edina can remain. We will have both of those domains, though, purchased.
As an aside, I've driven past Edina, Missouri on the way to Florida multiple times. It's not as an exciting of an exit as it is here, let me tell you.
I believe they have 700 residents, but they do have a visitors bureau.
Yes.
And it's very dark.
Other comments, questions? All right, we need,
So moved.
we've been through this matter once. Yep, approved it preliminarily, first reading. Second reading now, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle. Aye. Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. Next is the proposed Explore Edina LLC agreement. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the document that describes how the city will use the lodging taxes that it collects under the previous document, the ordinance. It describes how we will transfer 95% of the revenue that we receive from the lodging tax to Explore Edina, and describes what we expect to Explore Edina to do with those funds. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about this. This document was drafted by the city attorney and reviewed by the legal counsel, Mr. Callis, that's being used by Explore Edina.
All right. Questions, comments on the proposed agreement? All right. And for the audience, you may want to comment on why we're retaining 5%.
We are retaining 5%. We're allowed by state law to retain up to 5% of the funds. And in our case, we have a situation with Edinburgh Park, where if we adopt a local lodging tax, we have to change the funding structure at Edinburgh Park. We will use the 5% to pay ourselves back to cover that gap in Edinburgh Park. And we should have sufficient, the 5% is sufficient to do that and cover our own costs of collection and handling the money. We discussed that with our finance department.
I'll move this agreement.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the authorization and direct the mayor and the city manager to execute an agreement by and between the city and Explore Edina to form and operate a convention and visitors bureau. Any further discussion?
No, but I think it's exciting.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Enthusiastic aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your good work, all of you that were involved in this project. This will be a wonderful next step for our city in terms of attracting visitors. And Mr. Beck, nice to see you again. Mr. Fulbear. Nice to be here. Thank you. Thanks for coming this evening. All right. We've got Resolution 2014-42, accepting various donations. We have a motion? So moved. We have a second. We've got a motion and a second. Accepting donations on behalf of the City of Edina. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Carried. And in this reporting period, we've got donations to the Edina Arts Center and the Braemar Memorial Fund, and the donors' names will be posted on the city website. Next is the Sports Dome Arena Outdoor Rink bid package, the award of bids, and Director Catry.
It's going to look just like that. It's very similar.
Mayor Hovland, members of the council, I have before you tonight a discussion of bid package 1 and authorizing bid package 2 for the Sports Dome Arena Outdoor Rink project. If you recall, in February of 2014, we made a motion to authorize the advertisement of bids for bid package 1 for the Sports Dome Outdoor Rink and Arena project. Bid package 1 was opened on Thursday, April 10th. That included the site work, the ice sheet and roof foundations, and the dome itself. Bid package 2 will be the remainder of the project, including the foundation, the electrical, landscaping, accessory building, storage building, and the renovations in the East Arena. And just to give you a little bit of a project budget update, in February of 2014, I discussed and received approval from you to go over the original budget that we had anticipated in October of 2013. The budget that was presented at the time was a budget based on a 95% completion of our project specifications, and we were anticipating a project cost of $12,445,000 and $416. And the project estimate that we are anticipating as of today is slightly below that by $221,777, and that is based on the actual bids that we have received for bid package 1 and the 95% estimate for bid package 2. And I wanted to show you the overall budget, including what we are anticipating for Pamela Park. We are just at 95%. We have obviously not received any bids yet for the Pamela Park renovation. But based on our estimates that I'm sharing with you this evening for the Sports Dome Rink and Arena project and the 95% estimate for the Pamela renovation, we are at $15,489,401, and our estimate as of February of this year was slightly higher than that at $15,822,416. So what I am requesting tonight is to award bids as presented for the Sports Dome Arena and Outdoor Rink bid package 1, and to authorize the advertisement of bid package 2 for the same project.
Question.
Can I stand to answer any questions?
Member Sprague.
Do I read this correctly that we have about $1 million in contingencies between the owner's side and the construction and the...
Yes, Member Sprague, we do.
Okay.
Member Bennett.
Director Cotry, seeing the paragraph at the end of the top page of the staff report, contemplated bond issue, and the size of the bond issue currently estimated to be $16,345,000, and HRA public project revenue bonds. Could you or Manager Neal please just describe when those bonds would be sold, when whether or not that sale, there would be any kind of public vote related to this, and when that, then a levy would be set, how they would be paid, what would be paying the debt service on that, and when that determination would be made and communicated to taxpayers.
I can do that. So going back, I'm going to take you back to October 14th of 2013. That's the evening that the council authorized the Sports Dome project to go on to the next stage. And at that time, I told you that the estimated impact of our total tax levy under either financing option that we were looking at is an increase of 5 to 7% of our annual debt service for this project. The estimated impact of this increase on our tax levy on the median single-family home based on the 2014 tax levy, which is $400,000, just almost right on the number, would be an increase of approximately $60 to $75. So that was our estimate of what the property tax impact would be from the Sports Dome project on the median single-family home. Just last week, we worked with Ellers to begin kind of getting more precise about the actual bond sale and what current interest rates are doing, and even more precise about what's happening with our taxable valuations for next year. And what we discovered is that for the median single-family home, again about $400,000, the proposed tax increase from a $16 million bond sale. So we have increased that number up to the current number that we've been looking at is $52. So it's under what we had discussed back in October, because we've had positive movement in assessed valuation and we've had a decrease in overall interest rates that we can borrow at. So I think we're still good on the tax impact side. Councilmember Bennett, you also asked if what the schedule for this project is, and I'm not sure if you have that in front of you. Ms. Catchery, if you might, or I don't have it in front of
Well,
me, but
Manager Neal, backing up just a second.
Mhm.
So in terms of the scheduling, so because there has been some confusion expressed in some correspondence that we've received on some chiefly unrelated things, but enterprises, this is a levy that has not yet gone into effect.
correct. This is a levy that has not gone into effect, and the council's previous action on this to staff was that we would be doing this, we would be borrowing these funds as an HRA, which means there's not a public referendum going with them.
Okay, and this would be voted on, adopted when, and going into effect when?
Well, that's what I'm not exactly clear on. We've talked about scheduling our rating discussions with the credit rating agencies, and I think we're doing that in May and June. Does that sound right to you?
That does.
Okay. So probably May and June, but when we talk about when this would be levied, it would be levied for 2015.
Question?
Other question? Member Swenson, excuse me.
Does this need to be two separate motions, Manager Neal, in your eyes, to accept bid package 1 and then authorize?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, then I'm going to move that we accept bid package 1.
Second.
A motion and second to authorize the award of bids in bid package 1. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried.
I'm going to move we authorize bid package 2.
Second.
Authorize the advertisement of it? Thank you. Got a motion and second to authorize the advertisement of bid package 2 for the same project. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. You may.
I just want the record to note that I'm voting in this way because I think that a project of this magnitude should go in front of voters before it's taken on as a public obligation, and that's my objection. It's not to the substance itself, it's to the method of financing.
All right. Moving on to the Fred Richards Park design process proposal. You'd like to authorize the retention of a consultant to begin that process of redesigning Richards.
Thank you, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. I have another brief presentation for you this evening to discuss the Fred Richards Park design process. As you recall, on March 18th of 2014, there was a motion to start a master plan for the redevelopment of Fred Richards Golf Course with funding from 2013 undesignated funds and with involvement by residents, the park board, and city council. And City Manager Neal and I have had many conversations about this process, and we would expect this to be an open and inclusive process to all residents of Edina. It would include many public hearings, open houses, site walks, and workshops. It would be civil and respectful of all concerns. It would be timeline sensitive. It would receive review and recommendation from the park board, and it would receive final approval from the city council. Some of the design parameters is that it would be compatible with adjoining land uses. It would be sensitive to the environment. It would be connected but not intrusive to neighbors. It would be coordinated with the Three Rivers Park District and 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail, and it would be coordinated with the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District. The proposed timeline is to receive the award of a consultant contract at the meeting this evening. We would start the public process on June 2nd. On August 12th, we would check in with the park board. On October 14th, we would provide review and recommendation from the park board. And we would request review and approval from the city council on October 21st. We would expect, as a project outcome, to have a final report, including findings, a recommendation, and a master plan graphic. We would provide cost estimates for the renovation, and we would provide estimates for operation and maintenance of the renovated park. And then at the completion of that planning stage, we would need to hire a landscape architect to complete a final master plan and provide construction documents for us for the actual renovation. So tonight we're asking that you approve a process for a reuse study envisioning for a master plan for Fred Richards Golf Course, including authorization of a professional service consulting services proposal for Schoenbauer Consulting, LLC. And with that, I stand to answer questions.
Member Swenson?
We just voted on what we're going to do at Pamela Park. When we approved the master plan for that, did you give us an annual operating budget?
We did not, Member Swenson.
We just finished building the park that's across from the water site off of Tracy, and same question.
We did not, Member Swenson.
I view our park system as how we've always run it as a whole, where you may have operating budgets and they be separated out for your purpose in Park and Rec. That usually isn't anything we use a decision on. So while I am comfortable with an estimated development budget, because we always get that, and I think that's really important, to single this park out for its operating budget, I don't think it's treating it as we treat all of our other parks. So that is the only thing actually in this proposal that I object to, because I think we need to be really consistent, and that isn't.
Member Bennett?
I support that statement. I think that both the comment is accurate and apt. We don't, in fact, break that out. And the general recreational needs of the citizens have always been part of the general fund. And so I support excluding that. I do have a concern about the site walks. Not that they be held, but I noticed that most of the public process is going to be taking place during the summer. And I think we risk having folks out of town, so we're going to want to make sure that we make things available at different times of day and different days of the week, and possibly even different weeks, so that we don't miss somebody altogether when they're on vacation. I would recommend several site walks, again, different, maybe 3, maybe 4, but to try to capture that different availability at different times of day, days of the week. I had a question about scope of services A to C. B was the site walk. C was identify potential collaborative opportunities. And I just have a question about what the contemplation of the definition of that phrase is at this point. And then I had a question as to whether or not this had been reviewed. The proposed letter agreement had been reviewed by the city's attorney. So those are my remaining questions.
Thank you, Member Bennett. Yes, the contract has been reviewed by our city attorney, Roger Knudsen.
Great.
And to answer your question about scope of services A2, item C, we felt that it would be important because we will be neighboring Pentagon Park to include them as part of the conversation, and that was really what was intended, just to involve all neighbors of that parcel.
Okay.
I would mention also Three Rivers Park District and also probably the Watershed District too, in terms of entities that might have the ability to contribute financially to the project as well.
Okay.
And some of them have authorization higher than we do on
Right.
what we might do or not do.
And notice an invitation is going to be sent out citywide, is it not? Because this really is more of this. We have, I think our comprehensive plan does a very good job of classifying parks based on size and usage and location. And this would be one of our larger parks, and both a neighborhood park more from the north, but also open more to the public on the south. Or the region, and would want notice also to be extended to those business owners on the south side of 77th who were invited late to the process for the Pentagon Park redevelopment.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Your Honor.
Member Sprague.
I wanted to just, if I could, just to follow up on Councilmember Bennett's comment, because it's an important one for this question that where we've had a very strong neighborhood turnout around this park. that you give us that kind of direction so that we can be clear with everyone that everyone's welcome, not just the immediate neighbors or not just one part of town. We will, of course, probably have more outreach to people that live adjacent to the park, just naturally, but we'd like to make sure that if that's what you're directing, that we're also very clear about that with everyone who participates.
I think all of our parks, when we do plans, take in probably by and large the neighborhood, but that the process is open to everyone in Edina.
Member Brindle first.
Sorry.
Well, what I was going to talk about was whether it was appropriate to include the budget in here. And then the other thing I was going to talk about was the neighbors around. So we have talked about what I was going to mention. So thank you.
All right. Member Sprague.
Thank you. With respect to mailed notice, I would like to include residents from 77th to 62, France to 100. So that would include North and South Cornelia and that pocket that's across near Roslyn Park, as well as the Park Lawn neighborhood. I think those constituencies will end up to be users of the park as well. In addition, I would reach out to the school leadership because they have a student population that's traveling back and forth, and also they may have some ability to do some outreach to some of the Park Lawn residents. And in the scope of services A3D, it says meetings with staff and other public agencies as needed, up to 6 meetings. Are those 6 meetings including the 3 public meetings or so that are included in the timeline? You've got a public meeting, open house. You've got a second public meeting, and then you've got a floating public meeting. So does that mean plus 3 additional to other stakeholder groups?
That's how I understand
That's
it.
the
yes.
way I would
Yeah.
understand it too, Member Sprague, yes.
Okay. So we'll be combining some of those stakeholder groups maybe in some of those meetings, and maybe doing bilateral outreach as well.
Yes.
Okay. And then I also just wanted to note that this consultant seems to have had some good experience both in public engagement related to parks as well as park planning itself. And I think that strikes a good balance here. So I was happy to see that biography and kind of a mini CV about his work.
I've had a previous working experience with Mr. Shane Bauer in Eden Prairie, and it was a very emotional project. It was a big trail project that had some park aspects to it. And he did a wonderful job of interacting with the residents and bringing a project at the end that they were supportive of and appreciative of. And I think that there are similar challenges with this project. I think he can do a good job. He's a small firm, so we're a big project for him. And he's done some other big projects, as you've noted. He's also local. We've had a number of discussions with him to make sure that the scope of our project fits in the scope of his work, overall work. It does. I think he's going to do a good job there.
And then I don't know how they will interface with the Parks Strategic Plan Working Group that's working on the overall, but it seems like there'd be some good conversation that could be had, and as well as referencing some of the source documents, the quality of life surveys and things like that. And will you have a new survey for the strategic master plan as well, or are you doing an updated park needs survey?
That is yet to be determined, Member
Okay.
Sprague. But I do agree that I think the timing of it is really going to be very opportunistic for us, completing both at the same time.
Yep.
I'll move this issue.
I'll second.
Discussion? I've got a few things I want to visit with you about. I don't see any interface here with the park board. That's in the scope of services. Am I missing something there in A2?
In the approved park design plan, we'll have the recommendation of the park board.
Yep.
Is one of the goals.
And
or
there's a check-in with the
requirements.
park board in August.
I think you should be prepared I'm not going to vote for this, incidentally, because my belief is still that we should be master planning Braemar first to make sure that we don't need the Fred. And frankly, if we go to work this fall at Braemar, I still believe that we may need the Fred next year. So this is, to me, both premature and inconsistent with the view I expressed at our last meeting about master planning golf first. But nonetheless, I think it's important that there be as much public process and public outreach as possible. I'm not sure there's enough built in here, frankly, especially for interaction with the neighbors and the rest of the people in our community that care deeply about this property. And so I would just advise you that you might need to be prepared to spend some more money on the consultant or engage staff more effectively in working with the public, because I see some opportunity here for public engagement and securing public input, but I'm not sure I see enough. And I think this is going to be very emotional because it's coming right on the heels of a decision that affected the neighborhood over around Fred Richards, and this, to me, seems rushed. So it's going to pass. I know my colleagues will vote for it. I just say make sure that we get a full dose of due process here for people and that their opinions are listened to. So any other comment? All right. All those in... Member Swenson, excuse me.
I'll probably disagree with you on this process because I think when I look at how it was set up and what we asked for with public meetings and a site walk and workshops and how it recognizes the neighborhood and the general public as being the primary stakeholders in this, I think that is what we asked you to do. So I know that you don't want people to feel left out of the process, but I think if we delayed this process, people would have that feeling of not knowing what was going there. And that was, when I made the original motion for this, that was my biggest concern, is what I heard from the neighborhood is, if you don't have the Fred, we're afraid of what's going to be there. And to delay this, I think, just adds to those fears. So I'm really supportive of what you've done. Thank you.
What I'm suggesting is that a singular site walk isn't going to accommodate everybody in that neighborhood. It's just not going to work. People have jobs. You might need multiple site walks, for example. You might need public meetings that have more engagement than just an open house, where the consultants tell you what they've discovered from the site walks and what their plans are. I mean, you just need to be very, very sensitive about what's happened here. And so that's my suggestion. Anyway, Member Bennett.
Well, and I think, we had the discussion previously about multiple site walks, and I thought that had been, so to that point, Your Honor, that has been already, I think, expanded. It will be multiple. It will be multiple times of day. It will be multiple days of the week and multiple weeks. The intention is to be able to include absolutely everyone who wants to have a voice in this. And I think that's why in what we have in front of us in writing this evening, there are those circling back meetings. So you have the kind of visioning meeting, and then the circling back and reporting meeting, and then the other circling back and reporting meeting, and the tying in with other planning agencies to make sure that there's some coordination of things like trails. And again, looking back at the objectives, looking at connected but not intrusive to adjoining neighboring properties. I think the intentionality is there. I think that this is what we asked for. I think it's thorough. I think it's designed to address concerns, and I appreciate the work that's gone into planning.
This is a letter agreement that has a singular site walk in it. So if you're going to indeed have multiple site walks or multiple opportunities, as Member Bennett suggests, and I think the council wants, then you're going to have to modify this letter agreement with the...
Attorney Maddock, what do we need to do to make sure that that is conveyed to the contracting party?
In there is expressed an hourly rate for projects, so if we want to engage for more than what's outside the scope of this, that would be the hourly rate that's then paid to the consultant.
Manager Neil
Manager
Huckabee.
Neil.
That's exactly what we would do, and we've heard pretty clearly what the council wants in that regard, and we'll make that happen. I think that what I would ask you to do is to examine the outcomes that we are proposing to deliver to you, and it's tough to be to prescribe in a lot of detail to the consultant what we're expecting, but we expect this consultant to deliver an end product that is consistent with what we've asked the consultant to deliver it, and they will.
Well, the outcome for me is that all of the stakeholder groups are reached, and there are many. And we go from the concentric immediate neighbors and then on out. So I think this process selected strikes a good balance and will reach the necessary constituencies, and at the same time not let one particular group co-opt the process. I want a balanced product at the end of the day to make a decision on.
All right. All those in favor of the action requested, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. Carried. Next is the Braemar Golf Course Master Planning Process Proposal. Director Catry, you have this matter.
Mayor Hovland, members of the council, I have one more for you this evening. I would like to talk to you about the Braemar Golf Course Master Planning Process. At the March 18th City Council meeting, Member Swenson made a motion to start the master plan for Braemar Golf Course with funding from the Braemar Memorial Fund. And we feel that it is very important to engage in a master planning process for Braemar to provide a detailed plan of existing conditions and providing recommendations for course improvements. We want to look for problems that are existing on the course, including drainage, maintenance, safety, playability, pace of play, cart storage, and circulation. We plan to provide a plan of recommended improvements, provide cost estimates, and provide a recommended schedule for improvements. Some considerations as we thought about this in the last month is that we certainly need a master plan consultant. We also need a stormwater master plan consultant to help us provide a stormwater master plan for the entire Braemar site. And we need lots of feedback. We need feedback from golfers at Braemar, our Fred Richards golfers, people that aren't currently golfing at Braemar and wondering why not, interested residents, staff, park board, and certainly the city council. We have put together 3 options for consideration this evening. All options have some similarities, and there are a few differences that I would like to point out. All options would require park board review and recommendation and would receive city council approval. All options presented would have Parks and Recreation and engineering staff select the stormwater management consultant. All options presented would require city council approval of the master plan consultant and the stormwater master plan consultant. And all options will receive significant input from staff, user groups, residents, park board, city council, and the stormwater master plan consultant. Some of the key differences in what we're proposing this evening: with the city staff plan, the city staff would select the master plan consultant based on experience, knowledge, and budget, and the staff and the master plan consultant would direct the process. In number 2, where the task force selects a master plan consultant and directs the process, we would ask the city council to appoint a 5-member special ad hoc task force, and we would ask the park board to select 2 park board members to serve on the ad hoc task force. We would ask the city council to appoint the chair of the task force, and the staff in the task force would interview consultants and recommend consultant selection to the city council. The task force would facilitate a public process with the master plan consultant. The task force would provide direction to the master plan consultant based on the feedback that was received, and the consultant would prepare a plan based on the direction from the task force. And in the final third option for consideration, the park board and city council selects master plan consultants and directs the process. We would have the staff prepare a request for proposals for golf course architectural services. The master plan consultant would be selected by the park board and the city council based on an interview process that was arranged by staff. Staff would negotiate the scope after the selection, and the staff and the master plan consultant would direct the process. So those are some of the similarities and some of the differences. Certainly there are other combinations of those that you could consider as well. Some other things for you to know is that we would anticipate the process for the master plan at Braemar to take 4 to 6 months. We would expect the cost to be in the $30,000 to $75,000 range. Could go higher than that, especially if we select an architect with significant out-of-town expenses. We would expect to spend $50,000 to $60,000 on a stormwater master plan. The engineering department will assist with the selection of that consultant, and there is money in the 2014 engineering CIP that would help pay for part of the stormwater master plan. And there are also some stormwater utility funds that could help us pay for that plan as well. So what we're asking tonight is to approve our Braemar Golf Course master planning process.
And you have a staff recommendation?
We were recommending the task force approach.
Which is number 2 on your
Number
list.
2.
All right. Thoughts on
do.
methodology, Member Brindle?
Yep. I like number 2. A reason I like number 2 is because various of us have been contacted by people in the community who really want to be part of this. They're involved in a variety of ways in the golf industry, and they're Edina residents. And this would give them an opportunity to provide us their expertise, and I think it would be ridiculous for us to not take them up on that offer. And option number 2 just seems to frame that very nicely. And the members of the task force appear to be identified specifically and carefully, and I think it's of the options that are here, I think it's the best thought out, but it also does allow us to invite those people in to be part of the task force.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
I certainly can support a task force, but I don't think I'd put them in right at the beginning. I think that really extends this process. I would put them in probably at about D on number 1, because I think it is really important for the council to choose a balanced group for this task force, along with park board members. But I wouldn't go through all the beginning work that they have. I would have us choose. Actually, I guess I changed number 1 a little, because I would have the council have a recommendation from the task force from 2 different choices of consultants, but I wouldn't have them write the RFP, and we've gone that way before, and we've bumped into problems. So I don't want to set it up to fail at the beginning. So I'm not very clear, I'm sorry. Maybe Josh can be clearer.
Member Sprague?
You're suggesting a hybrid option.
Yeah.
So city staff in selection, or in conjunction with this task force, selects the master plan consultant?
I'd be okay with that, or another suggestion, but just not the task force writing RFPs.
And then, so A is in conjunction with the task force, the stormwater, and then B is as it sits. C, council approves the contract and the scope of services is written by the staff. And then D, MPC prepares plan based on input from, the various stakeholders plus the task force.
Mm-hmm.
And then E, now does the task force present the plan, or is it the MPC? Is a recommendation coming from the task force, or is it still coming from the MPC in your hybrid option?
Probably from the task force.
Manager Neal?
I was just going to suggest, Your Honor, and members of council, that where we are strong as staff are those administrative and management functions of creating an RFP and our connection with the city attorney's office and receiving and mailing things, creating a document, et cetera. I think where we get the best value from a task force is their judgment, their professional judgment. And the place where I think we get the most value of that professional judgment is when we're selecting the planning consultant. So that interview process and the selection process is where we really get a lot of value from the folks that have a lot of experience.
But you're writing the
in that.
RFP. You're not having them write the RFP.
Right.
I think that's where I'm most comfortable.
Okay.
Well, that is in D, though. Staff develops a request for proposal with the guidance of the task force. And my understanding is what you meant by that, at least my assumption is that when this task force meets, they go over the elements they think are important to cover in the master plan, and then they give it to staff, and staff prepares the RFP.
Right. And just as when we hire employees, we don't interview every person who submits a resume to work for us. We do some screening, and we screen out and we interview the folks that reach some level of expertise or interest on our part. We could do the same thing for this process.
Okay.
I'm actually personally comfortable with the way 2 sets up. I think what I hear you saying is that works well from a staff standpoint, too.
I think so.
Member Bennett.
The one note that I have to myself is I would like to see any task force include some member of the Fred Richards golfing community. And I think both members Swenson and I were particularly concerned, well, I think we all were concerned that the groups that used Fred Richards that weren't using many other golf courses, that with the amount of money and care that's going to be taken in rehabilitating Braemar, that there be a place for these golfers at Braemar. And so that inclusion would be something that would be important to me.
I don't think you need someone who only plays executive golf or who only plays par 3 golf. I think the people that would be on there with golf experience will have had all those experiences. And to carve out a single niche for someone who played in the league and only played at Fred Richards, I think that would undershoot the mark in terms of the potential talent that's out there that could assist with a broader range of knowledge, without jeopardizing the experience of a executive course golfer. Just my observation from being around golf.
Mary just pushed her button, so I assume she wants to talk.
I do. If I've learned anything over the last several months, it's that there's a golfer that golfs the Fred currently because it meets their needs. And one of the things that has been made clear to us, and we've made clear as well, is that we want Braemar to accommodate those golfers. And right now it does not. Right now, if you're going to check in or go to the pro shop, you are walking up a significant hill. In contrast to, at the Fred, you're walking on flat ground. So that would be just one example of how a person who prefers to not have a hill is going to look for that at Braemar. And so, I mean, that's just one example. There are many, but that's just one example. But I do think that in this, we've got several seats on this task force, and I don't see why we wouldn't welcome a youth who likes the Fred because of what it provides for them, a senior who likes the Fred because of what it provides to them, or a member of the Fred community that would like to find a way to see what they love about the Fred exist at Braemar. So I think they belong there.
A singular representative, you mean?
Sure.
Well, we don't have to argue about this now, but.
I was going to say.
Member Craig? Well, we don't know the total composition yet, is what I'm getting.
Well, just hearing the discussion, though, my concern is it gets bogged down with our own special interests, and I want to tap into the talent of the community. But to me, I guess I could live with the task force, so it'd be one, in conjunction with the task force to select the consultant, and then have the consultant do the public outreach and then come back to the task force. Because in the public outreach, you can hit all these different user groups that we're talking about. They don't have to necessarily be on the task force. They do need to have input into the process. So then the consultant goes out, the independent person goes out, gathers the feedback, and then brings it back to the task force for a recommendation to the park board, and then up to us. It's not A to P. It's a more concise process, and I think maintains the independence and the leverage of the consultant. So,
Well, I understand the need to have the view from the golfer that wants the challenging golf experience, but there is the expansion of Braemar to welcome you whether you're a golfer or not. So I think that needs to be taken into account.
pen up at the end.
I offered you the opinion at the evening when we expanded the number of EEC commissioners that there is a size at which a group begins to be less effective. I don't know that I'd say there's an inverse relationship between the size of the group and the effectiveness of how they operate, but it's close to that. But somewhere in there's an optimal group size, and it was my suggestion to Ms. Catry that we include the number of 5 in there. I made a suggestion to the mayor and to Councilmember Swenson earlier today when we were talking that what would you think of a proposal where you decide, each one of you decides who your rep is going to be on this task force, and you appoint your rep to this task force. That way, if you have a concern, a particular concern about making sure that an interest group is represented or that a point of view is represented, you can make sure that interest group or point of view is represented.
Member Swenson?
We spend 3 nights interviewing people for board and position for commissions. And then afterwards we have a discussion, usually over pizza that Deb has brought in, which has been really good lately, by the way. And we do a really good job of working together with our ideas of who would be best on planning or who would be best on an energy and environment. And I'm going to actually suggest something similar to that. I do think we have some specific user groups, and they're pretty easy. We have a men's league, we have a women's league, we have junior golf, we have a 9-hole group, and we probably should have a couple park board people. It may just be 6, it may not even be 7. But I think if we all bring an idea of who we think could do a really great job in all these positions to a room and sit down over pizza, maybe, that we'll come up with a slate of people that I think we can all stand behind. And that might be a better collaborative way to do it. So I guess that's what I would suggest.
Is adopting the suggestion of the manager?
Sounds like not. I mean, I think that's.
Well, it's kind of your suggestion. You support the task force, and you all think that
Yeah.
we can come up with a good idea. I just think we all know different people, and I think we need to come together and talk about, what it is. And, I don't want to necessarily have each of us bring, because what if we all have 5 from the 9-hole league as our idea, and that doesn't really give us the balance that I think that you're looking for, and I think we all are looking for too. So while that's all.
It's your prerogative.
No, I'm just
100%
trying,
your
I'm
prerogative
just
of
trying
how
to
you
make
do
it a
this.
really
In the
clean.
in the neighborhood, Name Your Neighborhood project, we had people apply, and then the staff member came forward with a recommendation based on the applications. To me, I'd rather have an open call than have us naming our favorite person from our sphere of influence. That doesn't sound like
We'll take that too.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to give some consideration to how much of your time is focused on this.
I don't
one
want to
thing.
interview everyone that is interested in doing it like we do, but I am interested in at least making sure that we have one from all of the user groups, and, I think they're pretty clear.
Would you be amenable to a process whereby council reviews all applications, we all submit a list of this many people, and then you take the intersections of the list to interview?
Sure, we could do it that way too.
With a goal, and then a goal of 5, understanding Manager Neal's points about group dynamics.
I think we've learned that there are too many people to put on task forces before in groups. And we don't want to bog this group down. So how would we go, could we go about an open call like that? What do you?
So it sounds like you're asking us to design some kind of public notice to say, if you're interested in serving on this, we'll use the same criteria for eligibility that we would use for a board or commission. So we'd put some kind of general call out there. If you're interested, submit maybe the board and commission application, and you can try to mimic that system as best we can, and then produce a list of folks that you can choose from.
It's
We
fair,
just
and
don't
then
need their driver's license number.
to me, it's more equitable, and it gives people that want to put in the effort a chance to apply, and it also allows us to reach out to our people
Absolutely.
and encourage them to do that,
Yeah.
which is what we do with, I'm guessing, with board and commission applications.
Okay, we'll get that going.
Mayor, are you okay with that?
I'm all right with that. I would even, depending on what the list looks like, I'd even entertain the same methodology we use with boards and commissions and have maybe 1 night or 2 nights of interviews. But we could, I'm flexible that way. Either we do that or we do this
I just need to know their
hybrid.
background in golf and their interest in,
No.
doing something good at Braemar.
Well,
We
this
can,
is
and we can get some-
important.
Go ahead.
This is important.
Very important. So we could
And-
also get a notion from staff as to what groups do you think we ought to make sure that we cover? So, Member Swenson's done a good job of explaining that, the Braemar Men's Club has been very involved in this, and there are other organizations too that we want to make sure that we include, I think. And then there'll be some at-large folks as well, if you want to call them that.
I think no one knows that better than Director Khatri, who's been on the front lines with all this. So that's why I say, I could look back to the Name Your Neighborhood. Karen Kurt did such a great job coming up with that slate of candidates, and I have confidence that Director Khatri can come through with that as well with a recommendation. And Mayor, if there's something on there missing, then I'm sure we'll let her know at that time.
Karen did raise her hand.
I would just clarify, actually, we took basically all comers for that group. The only interview I did was just to make sure that they were committed to the mission of the project.
So it's semi-different.
But you did a good job.
Still open call, which...
Yeah, whatever it was you did, it was good.
You're the best.
So we are agreed that there's going to be a task force. We agree that the staff is writing the RFP. We agree that the task force is going to give a recommendation based on the RFPs that you bring forward to them as that you deem, successful companies.
But you're going to get input from the task force as to what the elements of the RFP should be.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the process, we can kind of work on as we go. Right. Probably.
My point
Post-RFP.
was that I through K, I guess it's the public outreach piece. I mean, I see the consultant doing that, as he's doing with the Fred park planning. I like that. Go ahead.
Here's where it's a little bit different, and
Okay.
that is that I think what we've all been talking about in task force, for task force members, is almost ambassadors to their own communities. Or parts of the greater Gulfin community. And so in that way, I think you very much want the involvement of the task force members in outreach to draw people into the process. Public notice is going to be really important too, but we know that that goes so far, particularly in process that spans a season or starts when people are busy. In any event, so that I think that there'll be a role for both the consultants, but also very much the task force members.
Okay.
So
we're kind of like 2A through H. Is that what I hear folks saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've got a good sense of what you want to do. It's very helpful.
So do you want it as a motion?
I think so.
Move to A through H?
Second.
We had a motion and a second to approve a Braemar Golf Course master planning process utilizing staff's suggested process 2A through H.
Friendly amendment, just to clarify, per the selection of the task force per the discussion on the dice.
Yep.
Correct.
Oh, thanks. Yes,
Yep.
I'll accept that.
All right.
Okay.
All right, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next matter is proposed award of bid on the Birchcrest B neighborhood project.
Mayor, member of the council, thank you. Chad Milner, Director of Engineering. And the next item up on the agenda is the Birchcrest B neighborhood, the bid results and award recommendation. Here's just for your recollection, a project map. Please note the blue arrows shown on here are the concrete streets, so approximately 30% of the neighborhood is concrete streets. Recall at the December 10th, 2013 public improvement hearing, there was discussion on those concrete streets, and council directed staff to solicit alternative bids. So we solicited those alternative bids. Schedule A was all the non-concrete streets and the utilities associated with those streets. Schedule B was to remove the concrete and replace with all new bituminous pavement and the utilities associated with those streets. And Schedule C was to repair that concrete pavement and the utilities associated on those. So the directions for the bidders was we were going to award Schedule A plus B or Schedule A plus C. So when we opened the bids, Paul & Sons was the low bidder for Schedule A plus B, which was the full removal of the concrete and replacement with bituminous at $2.85 million. Northdale Construction was the apparent low, with Schedules A and C, and they came in at $2.7 million. So looking at the difference between those two potential award options, Schedule A plus B was $20,000 overall cost less. And if we look at the bids are really tight, and that typically signifies a nice, clear bid documents, clear bidding environment for all the parties involved. So if we use those bid results and look at how that affects the project cost and the assessments, the table here in front of you shows Schedule A plus B. At the hearing, we had an estimated assessment of $12,500. With these bid prices, the assessment is looking like it'd come in at $11,500 with approximately $1,000 reduction or an 8% reduction in that assessment. Now, if we look at Schedules A plus C, which is the repair of the concrete, we come in basically at the same number that we presented at the assessment hearing. We're $40 less or 0.3% less on that assessment if we had wore that option. Also of note is the utility cost. In both cases, the utility cost came up higher than what we anticipated in the study. In the first case, A plus B, it was 10%, almost 11% higher. A plus C was approximately 5% higher. Those additional costs were due to higher than expected storm sewer pipe costs that we had in our study. Now, if we can flip to the overhead camera just for a second. We had some emails and conversations today about the project because we sent out a letter to the residents on a Friday afternoon with the council with the request for purchase, stating that we wanted to present these results to the neighborhood, and if they wanted to have any comments to let the council know before tonight because it wasn't open for discussion. But some of the concerns we heard today was, well, why are we doing just the streets and not utilities? Well, I want to make it clear that we are doing utilities through the whole neighborhood. So I highlighted the number of utilities we're doing along just those concrete streets. So the pink dots is all the sanitary sewer improvements if it's next to a manhole or along the sanitary sewer main. The blue is all the water main hydrants and gate valves. And the green is where we're extending the storm sewer up and then it hits into the concrete street. So while these utilities will be doing a lot of removals of the concrete streets, just wanted to make everyone aware that we are doing utilities as part of the project. We're not going to come back and do a full-scale replacement of utilities. We've already analyzed utilities, and in our opinion, and what we're showing is it just needs these spot repairs that we're showing on this graphic.
Chad, while we're looking at that, how old is the sewer in this area, the sewer pipes?
Same as the streets, 1950s and 60s. It's clay pipe. We televised everything, and we saw just these spot repairs that are needed. It's tough to see on here, but there's some darker lines of the sewer. We're going to line that cured in place sanitary sewer lining along those streets. So about 50% of the main sanitary main will be lined in the neighborhood, and then the rest of it is in good shape that we won't line it at this time, but we can always come back and do that if we see issues further down the road.
Okay, and when you line it, let's say we go through with this and we do the street reconstruction and these spot repairs and we line where we line now. And then we come back in 5 years and we need to line something somewhere else. What kind of a hole do you have to make to do that, or can you do that through a manhole? How much disruption do you have?
Sure, good question. Member Brindle, typically we've seen in our recon projects have lasted more than 5 years now, and we're not seeing where we have to go back and address any clay pipes that we haven't lined. But in the off chance that we do for whatever reason, lining operations can all be done through the manhole. So there's no digging required to do that lining in the future if we have to. But we're not seeing the need for that in our past projects. So that's where we come up with the recommendations based on a lot of those past projects.
So would we really end up better off by doing a complete reconstruction here? Or in these spot repairs, is it possible to do concrete repair at each of these spots? Even though the difference in cost on a $2 million project of $20,000 is a 1% difference, maybe. And maybe less than that, not being great at math on the fly. So I look at these costs as being roughly even. And even though it comes out at a slight increase over time on that assessment, it's not that much of an increase over 15 years. And so looking at the letters that we're getting about loving their concrete streets and really wanting to keep concrete streets, is there really a compelling reason for not doing concrete and repairing the concrete where you have to drill through it?
Sure. Councilmember Brindle, at the public hearing, we discussed that 30% of the streets are in need of repair right off the bat, 30%. Now, if you take into account all these utility repairs we're showing on the map, you're up to about 50% is what we're estimating that needs to be removed and replaced. and you're going to have basically a Swiss cheese type concrete street out there. So then the question is, if you're paying the same amount, do you want a street with all these different textures and heights and colors, or do you want a brand new street? If you're going to assess a resident, they're looking out their door, do they want that nice new street for that price, or do they want a street that's patched, all patched up in different textures? So.
And just one more question that we're getting from residents, and that is that concrete appears to last longer than bituminous. So if we replace this with bituminous, how often, on average, are we going to have to go back and repair bituminous over time?
Yep, the other streets in this neighborhood are the same age, so we've done just some maintenance, and they're running about the same. We're seeing the same typical failure rate between the two. If with proper maintenance, bituminous streets can last as long as concrete streets. You do have that maintenance over time. You have a seal coat in the first 5 to 10 years, a mill and overlay from 10 to 15, and then you can continue to do those mill and overlays and keep extending that life of the pavement. So they're real similar in life
Right,
cycle,
but you don't have to do that with concrete.
You do not have to do that with concrete, so it's a question of do the residents fund those upfront costs with concrete? Because if we did all new concrete, it'd be about $3,000 extra every person. So that's a upfront cost. If you did the maintenance cost, now that falls on the maintenance public works budget with all the tax that goes from our taxes to pay for maintenance of streets around town. So it's that funding question between the two. Is it a maintenance issue down the road, or should we hit the residents right away with that larger assessment?
Okay, so the concrete replacement you're saying is $3,000 more.
If you did complete removal and all new, so if you had new concrete
Right.
versus new bid, we didn't bid that out here.
Right,
just to clarify.
right, I understand
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
But just to
I
give
just
you an
wanted to make
idea.
sure that's what you were talking
Yep.
about. Okay.
So I can go
All
to
right.
a couple more slides. And,
Member Sprague had a question or a comment, or both.
Any drainage improvements coming from reconstruction of the street versus patching in place in those sections?
There is Caitlin, can you go back to the overhead? So at the public hearing, we had prepared this map. These are all the drainage concerns that were addressed from residents in the neighborhood. All the blue marks are drainage issues. So many of these up here are going to be addressed with our new storm sewer pipe. Some of these intersections are around manholes. There's some spot curb and stuff. So we are addressing some of those with either the repair or the removal, of course, would be new curb and gutter, and those drainage concerns would be taken care of.
But total reconstruction, regardless of material, is more effective than a patch repair for this drainage type of a pattern.
Correct. You would
Okay.
still have, yep.
All right. And then you don't have a map of our utility repairs in the city? You know, we saw that when you gave us our utilities update. Do you have any of those maps showing all the different, I mean, the frequency of utility repairs is high.
Correct.
And
I do have this map shows all our water main breaks within the city, and also the green ones. They're hard to see the colors, but the majority of these dots on here are water main breaks around town. So
and then you've got sanitary sewer and stormwater too.
correct.
So there's a probability of future utility repair needs in this section in almost all of the city.
Any section, but
Yeah.
we do. But typically, we look at water main breaks per 500 feet, and if we're below that 1 per 500 feet, we don't do a full-scale water main replacement. We're not doing that in this neighborhood, but future development, future utilities, you know, if a homeowner wants to upgrade his water service to a 1-inch, they have to dig in the street, and then you'll see patches in whatever type of street. It's easier to patch the blacktop versus the...
It's not an infrequent event, is my point.
Yep.
So that cuts towards the asphalt. And I know that some people have discounted aesthetics, but perception of value is important, both to the person paying for it and the future residents. Whether they're in that neighborhood or somewhere else, they're going to come through and see that infrastructure. So that's not the highest priority, but it's an important factor for me at least.
Member Swenson.
When I see this Schedule A, it's $1,000 savings if we do bituminous in the whole thing for everybody in that. So I had a call from someone on Birchcrest who really is angry if we vote to keep the concrete, because they have to spend $1,000 more so that a different street can keep concrete. I actually had a call from someone on Clover Ridge who was really angry because they wanted a new street and now they were going to be stuck with concrete because other people wanted it. So, I mean, it isn't everybody in that neighborhood that wants concrete. We had a letter from some guy on the concrete street just a couple days ago that was advocating to get bituminous down. So it's $1,000 more. I don't know how I can justify telling people that don't live on concrete streets that they have to pay more because we're putting concrete on those streets. So I support A and B.
Member Sprague, I had a question for you. We redid West 70th Street a couple of years ago. That was all concrete, and now you've got bituminous. And it seems to me when I walk over there that there's a distinct difference in the noise level. What are your observations about that switch from concrete to bituminous?
It's definitely a quieter streetscape. And as I recall before, it wasn't just more than traveling noise. Traveling noise was one thing, but also the joints. You know, thud thud.
The banging over the joints.
But wheel noise on the non-marred sections was higher with concrete than that. I mean, right away you could hear the difference.
I was the one that asked for this. I think I was the only one that asked. I'm not sure. I don't want to omit anybody that was interested in this concrete repair
I think
data, but I think it was important to get it, and it's really been helpful.
Well, and I think we all were in agreement on that because we wanted to have a full record on this and to have examined all the possibilities.
I think it's good to go back to why we spec asphalt for road reconstruction. I mean, this hits kind of a larger policy issue. We're not specking concrete. It's $3,000 more per project in every part of the city. We're not doing concrete anymore. And my hunch is it's not just the cost. There's some other future cost savings that have been mentioned here, as well as the drainage and the other improvements that comes from reconstruction. So I think it was a good exercise to go through that and see the bid alternate and learn a little bit more on why we spec to asphalt.
One of the neighbors over there wrote concerned about narrowing the street width. Showed parking on both sides of the street, and if we move it in 2 feet, it was really going to create some narrowness. And maybe they took photos on Sunday, Easter Sunday. I'm not sure. But what are your thoughts about that?
Sure, we've been using that 28-foot face-to-face section for many years and haven't had concerns. Sure, that area does have the church there, so you're going to have tighter conditions, but I think that's a good thing when you have all the pedestrians that have to walk in the street. You're going to slow the cars down. It's safer for pedestrians to actually get to the car and get to the church. So I think in that case it does help.
All right, thank you. Member Bennett?
It occurred to me in reading the correspondence that we were seeing some themes that were similar to other neighborhoods, which is, and I think we saw it in Minnehaha Woods, concern about where pedestrians go, but also concerns about speeding traffic. And we know that in other discussions, even this evening, we've talked about environmental concerns. So that's why we have a living streets policy, not just a complete streets policy. And reduction of stormwater is a very important goal. Another item on the consent agenda tonight was regarding maintenance of stormwater ponds and other bodies of water throughout the city. So I think that we have to consider all of the needs and all of the public policy considerations in making a decision.
All right. Were you done with your? Oh yeah, you're on the recommendation. You're
yeah,
recommending.
we covered most of my points here already in the discussion. So.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're recommending A plus B.
Exactly, correct.
All right. And of course we've had a wide variety of communication from neighbors supporting A plus B and also A plus C. So.
Mayor, back to the projects over by 70th, on the side street projects like West Shore Drive, because I walk that a lot with kids, and there's a neck down, and they narrowed that street quite a bit, as well as narrowed it at 70th. It's definitely a traffic calming mechanism, the perception of safety for a pedestrian, though, has decreased because there's no grade separated facilities. Yeah, that is one of those trade-offs. However, in actuality, I think the cars are traveling slower.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it feels a lot less safe walking in that right-of-way.
Okay. Well, when we authorized this bid alternative concrete repair, it was my thought that we'd see something that was significant. I think you tended to think, no, it's not going to be that different, and so it has for me been very educational, and as Member Bennett says, educational for the rest of us, rest of the council as well, I think. So, is there a motion here, I guess?
I'll move A plus B.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on A plus B, which would be completely redoing all of these streets with bituminous. And any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. So. All right. Correspondence of petitions. Anything other than what we have had distributed to us this evening?
Nope.
No? All right. Aviation noise update, either Manager Neal or Member Bennett.
Manager Neal, did you have any chance to have discussion with MAC staff?
We have exchanged phone calls, but we haven't connected yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what I've got. The April public input meeting is actually taking place this evening. Our council meeting was scheduled for this evening, so it's the first one I've missed since I started attending those meetings back in March a year ago. But I will follow it in writing. The testimony, the questions that are asked at that meeting can be found in a record at macnoise.com. Then the NOC meeting for May, which was scheduled for May 21st after our second May council meeting, has been rescheduled to Thursday, May 8th. And in March, that was apparently the first special meeting that has ever been scheduled for that body. I think this is the first time a regular meeting has been rescheduled. They have rescheduled it to take up the question of temporary RMTs. Neither Manager Neal nor I was notified of the change of date before we received the fact that it had been set. I've been able to change my schedule to be able to attend. I think that Manager Neal has as well. And I urge people who have an interest in this to attend. It's a 1:30 meeting at the MAC offices on 28th Street, south of Highway 62. The RMT bill status in the state legislature, both the House and the Senate, as of last evening, both Councilmember Sprague and I attended a town hall meeting with Representative Earhart and Senator Franzen, and both stated that that bill remains ready to be voted on the floor, but has not, as of last night, had not been voted on yet. And that is my update.
All right. Thank you. I think I said Member Neal instead of Manager Neal.
Just got, I know what you're talking.
Oh, sorry.
Member Bennett was subtly correcting me. Thank you. All right, Mayor, Council comments. Member Sprague.
Thank you. Just one item tonight. I talked with Mr. Milner about highway wall coverage in Edina, and I've brought this up before, another quality of life issue. And we have a visual representation of what we have and what we don't have. If you can zoom in on that just a little bit. There's a paucity of walls here. We're lacking big time. And it's come up in some complaints before. We looked, the MnDOT list of prioritized segments was updated as of 2011. And Edina has a project in number 5, which is the exit off of 50th and Vernon, just before that near the creek. However, due to some delays in other projects and funding, it still could be another 5 years, so 2019. So it's a really, really slow process. And I mentioned I brought this to the attention of Senator Franzen. I don't know if we can get a special appropriation to do a group of these, or if we can get MnDOT funding for highway walls increased in general. That probably won't help us too much time-wise. But it's just an issue I wanted to bring back to the council's attention and to staff, and to see if there are some solutions out there for accelerating the process. Now, one wall coming up is the wall I mentioned near the future Grandview site, and there may be an opportunity to combine that with some other transportation improvements and get that done. But another opportunity may be to change I think the assessment period, if you're to privately pay for them, is 10 years. Oh, it is 15. Okay, well, there goes that idea, to extend that. So we were just talking about, other ideas, and we're kicking it around, and I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention to see if there are some other solutions out there. So that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Member Swenson.
I was just wondering, if you look at the metropolitan area as a whole around the freeways, do we look like the other ones with these little few spotty things, or are there other areas of town that are significantly more sound walled than we are? Or does that sound whiny? Yeah, it sounds a little whiny. And I can't do anything about it, so never mind, I'll take that comment away. June 5th, Hopkins in the morning, there is a housing seminar, and Deb, you forwarded it, of course, for the life of me on my iPad, I can't find it, but it talks about livable communities and how to build housing that's walkable. Looks really cool, and it's from the Sensible Land, isn't it? Sensible Land?
It was either that or ULI. I think
Or
it might have been
No,
ULI.
I think you're right, it's ULI. So I'm wondering, can we dig up what it is, and can we also send it to Planning Commission? Because I thought as groups, I'm intending to go, but I haven't signed up for it yet since I can't find it on my iPad. Yes, please. But I'd also like Planning Commission to get a copy of it, and all of us to get a new copy of it. I know I put it on my calendar.
Yep, it's a good thought.
And then I am attending at Bar Engineering a water
Good.
discussion from them.
Nemo?
Yeah, it's a week from maybe, it's a Thursday night. So anyway, so I'll report back, and that's all I
Good,
have.
thanks. All right, Member Bennett.
I wanted to attend that Bar Engineering Water Seminar, but I will be at the League of Women Voters annual meeting that evening, listening to a presentation on the housing for previously homeless youth and young adults. The Beacon Project that is,
I saw that.
slated to be built on West 66. There are, I think, 3 wonderful choices that evening, and that is open to the public at St.
Only
Albans
at the
Church.
beginning until you get into your League of Women Voters actual meeting, and then the public is asked to leave, which was what the note I got recently.
Well, the public, those of the public who want to remain can remain, they can't vote.
Okay.
It's only members of the league who can
By
vote
the
in the
way,
annual meeting.
I'll be with you at Nemo, and then I'm bouncing to that. So if you decide you want to come,
Okay, fine.
you can hitch to my cart.
All right. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Member Brindle.
Affordable
You can
housing.
actually make your microphone work with that carpal tunnel.
I
apparatus
can
on.
push the button with my fingers. I can't wait to get this thing off. But anyway, affordable housing TIF. And has that passed yet? It's part of the bonding bill, right?
Yes, Councilmember Brindle and members of council, the South, what we call the Southdale TIF extension bill, is actually part of both the Senate and the House tax bill. So the conference committee has been named for to negotiate the final tax bill, the final tax bill that will then go back to both houses, and that tax committee meets on Thursday morning for the first time. So the language is different in the Senate bill from the House bill. That's to be expected at this point. So it's a very good sign that we're in both bills.
Good. And what strikes me is that it has a limited timeline, 2017. So it sunsets at the end of 2017? Is that when it is? It's not a long timeline.
I think that's to start a project.
So projects need to be started by the end of 2017 because this TIF will sunset at that time, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have that language in front of me right now, but I'll find the answer to
Well,
that question.
and my point is, and I've started doing some work with staff and then doing some research myself, because with a short timeline on something as important as this, I feel like a strategy, going at it with a very pragmatic, strategized approach is going to be necessary to get as much as we can get out of it.
I would completely agree. I think I would wait to start talking about that strategy until after we see if it gets into the final bill and then what the language is, because the language, the language in the House bill is really quite different than the Senate bill. So we don't know which way it's going to go. But once we know it's going to go, we should do exactly that because we won't have this authority forever.
Right, exactly. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. The MLC mayors meet with the governor Thursday at 10:30. So I'll be over there with, I think, about a dozen other mayors from the MLC cities and discuss issues that are of a concern to us. Metro cities, don't forget their annual meeting is that same evening. And then with regard to airplane noise, if that bill should not pass, that temporary monitoring bill, I've been told by the MAC that they will do the temporary noise testing over here in St. Louis Park for 2 weeks. We can make those choices. And
Well, that is what the NOC is taking up on May 8th.
Right.
They would otherwise, I guess, they would not be meeting until May 21st with their regular schedule, and the legislature adjourns on May 19th. So I think it's probably safe to say that the calendar has been changed because of what's going on. And so we will see what action is taken. Manager Neal made his original request for permanent RMTs because there is a policy for temporary RMTs that actually is posted on the Noise Oversight Committee website on the at macnoise.com. And we do not fit the criteria for temporary RMTs, which is why we applied for permanent. Again, with the heavy use of those 30 left and right runways for both arrivals and departures, the proximity of the city to the airport, the fact that the airport's going to remain where it is and we're remaining where we are, and then those turning movements, it just seemed important for the fact-based decision-making that the NOC and MAC do to have data available from this community that is similar to the data that's being collected in other communities, including those as far away from the airport as Burnsville and Inver Grove Heights.
well, my understanding is that we could do permanent testing, but it would be at our expense, just as they did in Egan. and
We can do,
Richfield.
yeah, we can do temporary RMTs or any RMTs at our own expense. I think one of our concerns is that there's specific equipment. We want to make sure that the data is accepted and viewed on level as all the other
Egan
data.
had permanent RMTs. They were testing, they paid for testing to see if the noise they tested was the same as what the RMTs were telling them they had too. So that's, the Egan representative said that. She said we were making sure that the noise we checked matched what the RMT said was there.
I was also told that the NOC would prefer to deal with this issue as opposed to having a legislature deal with this issue, which led me to believe that they may then modify this position based on what the MAC told me, was that they would come over here and test on a temporary basis. I'm assuming with equipment that is compatible and acceptable to them in terms of measuring noise, and the choice would be ours about when we wanted to do it.
They do own temporary RMTs that they employ around the area. And again, there's this policy. And in testimony before both the House and Senate committees, MAC representatives, MAC staff stated that they do have the temporary RMTs that they employ. They also stated that they have updated the 39 permanent RMTs in their locations with about $700,000 in upgrades. And I returned to the correspondence that we saw from the other at-large cities in advance of that meeting where our request for permanent RMTs was denied. And what they were asking for, they stated in writing that they would not support our request at this time, but that they were interested in seeing an examination of the system of where RMTs are used. And that has not been done, and any consideration of adding RMT study to the work plan has been deferred to discussion of the 2015 work plan.
All right, well, it sounds like
But they haven't added it to the work plan. They just are going to discuss whether they're going to add it to the
When
work
they
plan.
discuss the 2015 work plan.
Well, I'm pleased that you could adjust your schedule to attend the NOC meeting, because it sounds like it could be an interesting meeting.
I have viewed all of these as being important, and again, this is tonight's meeting where I'm here instead of there, is the first one that I've missed since November of 2012 when we all started to work on this.
All right. That's it for me. Manager Neal?
Thank you, Your Honor. In addition to the Southdale TIF bill and the noise testing bill, another bill that we've been keeping our eye on is a bill submitted by Representative Earhart that provides some funding to the Veterans Memorial. That bill has had one hearing. It continues to kind of make its way through the capital funding process at the Capitol. We should know the fate of that, I would say, in the next 2 weeks. Right now, it's still good. We did get an update from Richard Olson that Representative Earhart was successful in acquiring just under $10,000 of legacy funding for the Vets Memorial. So that continues to go forward. I have something for you from Three Rivers Park District. It's a 9 Mile Creek trail update. I had some of this information in my most recent Friday report, but what I didn't include was the graphic that you'll see attached. So this is the most recent. This is kind of the first of update reports like this that you're going to be receiving throughout the summer.
This is the issue of getting under 169, or
Right.
around it, or over
And then,
it, or whatever it is.
you know, the next set of issues, of course, will be getting over 62 around the high school. But more to come on that. In front of you, if you'll remember, back in February, there was a dark and stormy morning where we were all supposed to go to the annual MLC breakfast, and they canceled our breakfast. So as a compensatory move, here's your free water bottle. So enjoy your free water bottle. You would have gotten this if you would have successfully made it all the way to Plymouth that day, only to discover that the hotel had no electricity and that the meeting was canceled.
And that Representative Lancheski was sitting there wondering what happened to all of
Yes, we did hear that. The five legislators actually made it all the way. She was one of them. One thing I will tell you, we had an operating committee meeting today at MLC, and we've just completed a survey of MLC members, of mayors, managers, and also legislators. And there is some interest, again, in taking a look at sort of the overall messaging and name of MLC. So if you have issues with the name, or if you have ideas for a name, or even comments on that, please let me know or let the mayor know, because that issue is coming to you at your next board meeting sometime in June. We had a lot of, I have one last thing, we had a lot of recognitions tonight, but because of the way that our council meetings fell this week, we missed an important one. I think it's an important one. It's the National Public Safety Dispatchers Week, which was actually last week. And we typically recognize that group. We've got a really good group of folks that work in our dispatch center. We have a chance to appreciate their work all the time, but It's been interesting to hear the comments from colleagues in Golden Valley and Richfield who also have a chance to receive their services, and they're just glowing all the time. They get really good service from our team, and so I think it's appropriate just to make note of that. So Tony, Denise, Tanya, Luke, Amber, Steve, Crystal, Brittany, Nathan, and Katie are some of those folks. The two that are watching us tonight, these are our most loyal viewers too, by the way. As they are up saving people's lives, they are watching our council meetings. And so I usually, after the council meeting, will go up and spend a little time with them, and we talk about what they saw, and they give me their observations, and I learn a lot from that. So Jennifer and Tanya, or Jennifer and Jan, we know you're up there, so just want to wave to you.
Yeah, pan away and give them a big thumbs up.
Okay,
All
how
right.
about that? Good work. And we'll make sure that we have a bigger and better celebration of National Public Safety Dispatch Week next year. And that's all I got for you, sir.
Good, thank you. Anything else for the council meeting? We got a little bit of HRA.
I just have one comment. You
Go
said
ahead.
something about Nebraska not having, the tree situation. It's going to be a brand for them now. They're going to call us and say our new state motto is way more than 1 million trees.
All right. We stand adjourned. Calling to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Call to order, please.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hovland.
Here. We've got a meeting agenda in front of us. Approval of the form of meeting agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Minutes of the HRA meeting, March 18, 2014.
With the change of the small k in 8,000 to a comma.
All right.
Got that.
Got that change? All right, we've got a motion and a second with that change on the meeting minutes for March 18, 2014 for the HRA. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then we have one piece of business from an action standpoint, and that is the final design engineering services for Kimley Horn for the 50th and France parking ramp and wayfinding improvements. And Manager Neal, any comment?
In my role as the executive director of the HRA, I can tell you that earlier this evening you adopted this exact item in your consent agenda. Because we are going to be using HRA funds, it's necessary for you to also adopt it as an HRA. I recommend that you do it.
All right.
So move.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to adopt HRA 5. That's the final design engineering services for Kimley Horn relative to the 50th and France parking ramp and the wayfinding improvements we intend for that neighborhood. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And any more business for the HRA?
There is not.
HRA stands adjourned.
And you're out of here early.